Perfect. Perfect. What's going on, everybody? Of course, I forgot to configure the dadgum webcam. So let me go ahead and get that working as I start this. As I start the stream. Hope you guys are doing well. It's basically the end of Christmas, so it's been a long one for everybody, I imagine. If you're like me, it's been a heck of a holiday season. A lot of great things, but a Bears game in the middle of all of it, and that's great. I mean, we got to watch the Bears pop the Arizona Cardinals. We got to watch the Bears for the first time in a while. I mean, I guess if you count the last 5 years, right? It feels like it's rare to get these wins where the Bears look like they are just the better team on both sides of the ball from a talent perspective. It got dicey there at the end, sure, but it felt as if from Jump Street, the Chicago Bears flexed the fact that they were better than the Arizona Cardinals, and I always think that rules. Woo, how you doing? Fuzz, what's going on? I can O, nice to see ya. ML Fields, right here with you. Eric Alley, I tend to be in the same place you are. And so let's see. Woo, I'm really interested, like, to watch more. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what I think is trouble is as we start talking through things, like I agree with the general gist of what the chat is saying right now. I mean, like Justin Fields in the world of is he a dog? Isn't he a dog? He's obviously a dog. I mean that very seriously. Like, I understand that I'm one of the people on Twitter that's just trying to push people towards thinking through other options. I don't need you to love Caleb Williams. I don't need you to love Drake May. I don't need you to love, I don't know, Gardner Minshew. I just posted something that's like blatant pot stirring about Bailey Zappi, for crying out loud. Like, I'm not trying to get my I'm not certainly not trying to get my opinion invalidated, but I'm also not trying to really ask any other question than to basically look every Bears fan in the eye right now and basically ask you, where is your standard? Like, what quarterback are you looking for? Right? I understand that we all want Patrick Mahomes. We all want Josh Allen. And it can sound at times like we're nitpicking the snot out of our quarterback. Like we're saying, oh, wow, you only want that because that's Patrick Mahomes. There's only one Patrick Mahomes, right? But obviously, it's the worst week possible to talk about Brock Purdy, who's been having quite a season up to this point, but then he plays Baltimore and everything falls apart, those 4 interceptions. But at what point do we look around the league and say, well, he's playing pretty well, and he's playing pretty well, and he's playing pretty well, and why can't our guy play pretty well? I mean, that also brings up the other question with Justin. How do you think he's playing? I mean, according to according to most metrics, basically at this stage. And I think my eyes would agree with this for what it's worth. I know I can be hard on him on this channel, but part of the reason I'm hard on him, I hope this comes across, is because I see guys like Chase Daniel. I see guys like I could mention a bunch of others, but I just don't think that's appropriate. Like, we'll stick with Chase Daniel because he's the best example, right? Guys that I feel like are very, very positive on fields in general, and they're positive on his physical traits. They're positive on the big deep throw that he makes. They're negative on the Bears scheme. They point out all the things wrong with it, and there are a lot of things wrong with it. And then they end by saying, Justin Fields has been fine, and fine is good enough. And I can't help but wonder, are we allowed to want more out of maybe the most important position in the sport? But I'm not trying to get into that. The schedule says we're starting with defense. We are starting with defense. I mean, a more than anything, like I just look at this Bears situation and I wonder how much of this is us defending our guy, very similar to the way that we defended him last year, and very similar to the way that we defended him as a rookie. I mean, you go back, you look at his rookie statistics. His rookie statistics were terrible, and his rookie tape wasn't better, right? Thank you, John. Hope you're doing well too. More than anything, like, I'm not trying to take anybody down some crazy diatribe. I'm not trying to get into some massive rabbit hole. I basically want to say, at what point do we grade the quarterback like he's an NFL starting quarterback and every play is do or die? Right? I completely agree. I really do agree with the consensus that Justin Fields is improving. Where he's improving from right now is a pretty low bar. And that's part of why it's not so hard to improve. I would love to tell you that, in my opinion, Justin Fields here, we'll go to this so that I can basically take us through a whiteboard, right? Come on, NFL scene. Do we not want to? Okay, then. Am I able to? No? All right. But so basically, look, right? If we were taking Justin Fields from, let's say, I don't know, if we were taking him from like here to here, and we were saying he's improving, he's right here, and this is like average, right? So we're saying he is average, he is now improving, he's on our way to somewhere in, let's say this is elite, so just short of elite. We're gonna say he's gonna be below, or like just below elite, but pretty doggone good overall. That would be exciting. I'm down for this. I can't help but think that right now, if we were really going through his tape. I mean, this is just my opinion, one guy's opinion. I can show you a little more later if you'd like to. But I tend to think that right now we are fighting from around here. We're working towards the middle. So we're working towards becoming pretty average here in our or here in our fourth year, partially because we do a lot of amazing, special, wonderful things. But it's it's carrying a little too much weight right now. But anyways, let's talk about the defense. Let's see. When he says I need to get better at everything, that's not how elite athletes work. They break things down in steps, so it's second nature. And he just, I gotcha. And Wu, I couldn't tell you whether or not he knows how to practice. I think there's a piece of that that's just media training, to be honest with you, Wu, where unfortunately I don't think Justin Fields wants to be honest with you or us or anybody about like the specific nature of what he's trying to work on. But more than anything, I don't think the more we've talked about it, the more I don't think that we Bears fans would be realistically talking about anything other than the word competition for Justin Fields next year if the Bears didn't have the number one overall pick, but they do. And that creates a different problem where suddenly working towards average may not quite be enough. And I completely understand. I completely understand that there are plenty of people out there that see the fact that Justin Fields is a dog. They see the fact that he's a leader. They see the fact that he's I get you, Jimmy, but we're gonna go through some stuff. But I get that there are tons of people that will look at Justin Fields and say, that's the guy I want to lead my franchise. I get it. Dude is not only outrageously cool, but he's fun to watch play the game, especially when he does things that are unbelievable. Watching a quarterback in Bears colors casually waltz into the end zone is something else. And I get that. I really do. I just, I think that there's enough between the rest of the downs. Like, for instance, right now, whenever the Bears get put in an end long situation, we're generally not winning those situations. If the run game doesn't work, the offense doesn't tend to score a lot. And when Fields can supplement the run game, then the run game works. And that helps with a lot of things. Right now, there's no go to passing play. We've got DJ Moore. That's amazing. We've got Cole Kmet. That's amazing. The rest of the weapons have nearly nothing to show for it. Now, how much of that is a Fields problem? Not, it's not all Fields. It's never been all Fields, right? Never been all Fields. Getsy has a ton of blame to wear. The problem is that there's just so much opportunity to potentially change things for the massive better. And I mean, I would imagine that everybody has the same goal I do, right? Where the goal is to win the Super Bowl, right? I want the Bears to become an extraordinarily competitive team. I don't want to be the plucky underdog forever. I'm actually a little tired of it. The fact that the Bears were only favored by 3 points against Arizona was ridiculous to me. They had all the matchup advantages in the world. The fact that they jumped out to the 20 or to the 21 nothing lead that they did, maybe it was 23 or 21 to 0 or something. What was expected, right? I mean, seriously, this Bears team can score on you, and they did. Then the fact that the faucet turned off, and suddenly they're at the end of the game. It's 24-16. The Bears are driving to ice the game, and boom, we throw an interception that might have, in an alternate universe, led to the touchdown that ties it. I don't know how this keeps happening. And I understand that I'm probably placing the microscope a little too heavy, but I feel like the situation demands it. So I know, I guess all this rant before we go into the defense to basically say, I appreciate any of you guys that hangs out in these things. I love you guys. It's a holiday weekend, so I get there. It's a holiday week, so I get that there's all kinds of things going on in your mind or in your life, and stopping by to watch some Bears tape for a game that you kind of have seen already this season. I mean, the Arizona game was kind of it was a whole lot of the other games played back again, right? That that means a lot to me. But also I know that there are a lot of other people right now that are making a lot of waves off of being really sunshiny and beating their chests and saying, absolutely, we need to stick with Justin Fields. And I want to at least explore the question thoroughly. I basically want to ask you guys to be like Ryan Poles. That's where I should take this, right? I want you guys to be like Ryan Poles. I want you to really look at all of your options. I want you to really ask, what are we getting? I want you to really wonder, how much better is this going to get based on what you see on tape, right? As well as what you've seen in Chicago for the last, gosh, 3 years at this point. And he's been in a horrible situation. And he's been asked to overcome some things that are completely unfair. And he's had a first round pick tenure at quarterback that has been unlike most other quarterbacks, because most other quarterbacks actually get supported. They don't have the roster torn around them in their second year. So he basically had all his chips placed on a third year, and it's frustrating to see that he basically got 1 year and that's it, right? But all this to say, be like Ryan Poles. And as you go through the next couple weeks, certainly until we ride this thing to March, etc., ask yourself, what do you normally get from a rookie? Because normally everybody assumes that it's something really bad, right? But then you watch, I mean, obviously everybody's going to point to CJ Stroud, but even go to Brock Purdy, who was not awful as a rookie. Go to Bailey Zappi, weirdly enough, who wasn't awful as a rookie. Go back to Trevor Lawrence, who was acceptable as a rookie, blah, 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 whatever. You get it. But all this to say, just be like Ryan Poles. Look at all your options. Because I think that there's a smaller gap between what Fields is currently, and or what Fields is currently and what a really good rookie could offer you. But we'll see. I mean, New England Bears fan talks about this, and he's right. I mean, it's a lose-lose for Poles in some degree, because New England, I can't help but think that there's also an element of win-win, where as long as the Bears make the playoffs, that a lot of people won't immediately tank on them. But to your point, you trade Fields and he becomes a superstar. Now you're a doofus, especially if you trade Fields, he becomes a superstar, and you pick, I don't know, Jaden Daniels at number 1 overall, and he does not immediately become a superstar, right? But if you trade away Fields and you get a superstar quarterback, then, or even just a star quarterback, even just like a top 12 quarterback, even a Dak Prescott level quarterback, right? And I'm not trying to diss on Dak, like even a Kirk Cousins level quarterback, you just get him a little sooner than when he's 30, right? I tend to think that a lot of people will leave it be, because at least if you get a quarterback that's going to make it to your second contract and then probably improve from there, everybody will chill out. I think New England, because the quarterbacking standards in Chicago are so low, and honestly, a bunch of things that are just super unfair are working against Fields. Jibby, what you mentioned is actually, I think, the biggest problem here. And that's that if Fields stays, there's going to be a percentage of the fan base that's going to be basically incredibly toxic to him all the time. And then if you trade Fields and you draft another quarterback, there's going to be another percentage of the fans. They're going to be incredibly toxic to him pretty much all the time. I mean, it's not an easy time. But Jibby, in case it jogs your memory, there was a similar group of Bears fans that were very toxic towards Fields from Jump Street because they still liked Mitch Trubisky. So they do go away, right? I mean, you have to give it a year, but they do go away. And like Ken's saying, winning cures all. You win games, people will roll around. And speaking of winning games, let's break down the fun parts of a Bears win. We'll kind of jaunt through some tape. I know the offense, because I care a lot about offense, and this offensive performance is ugly, but I think it's an ugly one that's worth watching because it's a great reminder of exactly how stuff works, right? Especially on the Bears. But let's watch some defense first, right? So 0-0. First things first. Bears went not 3 and out, but they didn't score on their first drive. So we'll open up with this one, right? Snap. They're going to run the ball. Jalen Johnson, outrageous open field tackle. I mean, you know, or I hope you know me as a pretty moderate analyst, or at least I try to be. I'll sensationalize some things for fun. But when you really look at this, right? An NFL weapon at running back who gets the ball at the 9, right, is expecting to be able to take a corner in a one-on-one alley, right, and beat him in the open field. Great job by Jalen to get downhill, track with Connor, and tackle him for a gain of, I think it's like 3, which feels mismarked the more that I look at this, because you would think that he went down a little sooner than that. But it's a sweet job by a guy who's working to get paid. Connor is a big dude, John. So 4-yard gain on what could have been so much more. We, as the Bears defense, will take that. Next, we're going to keep dropping into cover 3, just like we have. Swarm around a run. I mean, this one's nothing crazy, because Justin Jones is just going to penetrate, like you see right here. Andrew Billings gonna basically try to float over the back. I don't think it's a specific defensive line technique. Billings is just following the runners, and he sees the whole offensive line moving like elephants on parade. So he's going to work his way back there. Everybody rallies, tackles. Can't remember the down and distance. It's 3rd and 2. We take these, right? The Bears will give you 4 yards to force a 3rd and long or 3rd and short-ish just to make you earn it, right? The problem is the Bears kind of give this one away, don't you think? I mean, it is so funny watching the way football works sometimes. So the Bears decide now's a good time to line up in a wide formation, and they have T.J. Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds technically threatening those main A gaps, but neither of them really fill it, and that's just where the Cardinals walk right on up, right? I mean, they just walk right up those A gaps. Sweat can't quite chase down the yardage, and it's a first down. Happens, but it is so funny, right? Looking at a defensive alignment and thinking, okay, it's 3rd and 2. Why are we lining up in a pass formation? Would love to get Eberflus's input on why they did that, why they made that decision. But hey, what's more than anything, you'll give up a first down on that side of the 20. Obviously, you'd love to to take the ball away, but it's bend don't break. That's how a lot of teams work, anyways. Next play, honestly, fabulous coverage sack. When you wind this thing back, it's nothing crazy. I mean, this is just cover 2, right? Look, we've got our flat zones, hook curl zones. Jermaine Edmonds sitting in the middle, rotated from single high. And now, if you watch what Arizona's doing, I mean, they just took it away, right? You got your post over the middle, got something into the flat. Everybody passes it off really nicely over on this side of the ball. Kyler's going to step up, and he's going to try to drill the short window backside dig, but he sees 2 zone defenders sitting underneath it. No big problem. Or big problem. Obviously can't throw that. So then at that point, the pocket's just closing in around him. Justin Jones wheels around on, you guessed it, a big-time stunt. Watch number 93 right here, and you'll see it. I mean, this is the best kind of coverage sack, if you ask me. Everybody did their job in zone coverage, and nothing got open for Arizona. So Kyler Murray didn't have any options. James Conner, I just see this. Like, I wonder what Murray and Conner are mad about. Because Murray immediately gets up. Like, what are you doing? And Connor points. So who's to say? But there goes Jeremy Mueller. Thanks so much for subscribing. Exciting to see you here. 2nd and 18. Just taking a look at the way the Bears have lined out. So Jim, you mentioned that the Bears' run defense has been kind of lackluster. I wonder if part of it is because they're much more willing to play Brisker off now. So that basically just means that they're lining up 7 guys in the box compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 potential blockers, which is allowing teams the freedom to run the ball just a little better than they have been lately. But it's still a bad game, or it's still not a positive gambit most of the time, because you don't get big enough run gains to offset the inevitable run losses. At least that seems to be the way the Bears are playing. Here's Kyler Gordon shooting out like a missile. Watch this again. Looks like the Bears drop into a deep cover 2. But Kyler Gordon's got his eyes. If you watch just what he's doing in his drop, He's got his eyes on these two players because one of them is his man, probably. And so that one comes off. He's the check down. Kyler's already on the move, levels him. Gain of 4, 3rd and 14. Gordon's got instincts. Plus, he hits like a truck. For somebody who's only 190 pounds, man, he could deliver a big shot. Does a good job covering ground, too. Demo, I think Canellis is fun. Is he the head coach option? I think right now he's kind of the, let's see. Is he, Demo? What's going on? Do I see Gordon moving outside? Joe, I don't think he's fast enough, personally. I think they've tried to play him outside, and when they have played him outside, it's not gone well for him. At least because a lot of these receivers, like this guy, basically, right here, they'll just sprint and go after stuff. Like Gordon, I think, struggles to track with guys like that. He's going to be best when he's got safety help over the top, but that's how I see it, right? Is USC playing right now? That's hilarious if it is. I'm going to have to watch that game and see what differences there are between Caleb and not Caleb. Yeah. Leave it to Michael Moss. 4 touchdowns. Hot dang. That's the thing, Sir Lord. He's got great acceleration, but his top speed just isn't there. Now, thankfully, it's 3rd and 14, and I understand that, but who doesn't love a Montez Sweat highlight? Gosh, is the guy a monster or what? Like, it was so funny. I was thinking about how today, while I was recording the latest Bear With Us, that should be posted tomorrow, should be being the key word. But I was thinking about how preseason, the prediction for everybody was roughly 7 wins. How much do you think Montez Sweat changed this team? Because it sure feels like it, doesn't it? Like, before Montez Sweat, I still think that 5, 6 wins may have been reasonable. With Montez Sweat, well, now all of a sudden 8 feels like it should, or 7 or 8 feels like it should be the norm, don't you think? Like, I wish Akusai, but I just didn't have the time because I'm taking care of a sick wife and sick baby, but that's how it goes. Like, let's see. I love this. The guard's pulling, so he's going to try to kick out Montez Sweat. Montez gets his arms on him early, keeps him off, brings down the runner, no problem. Good point, ML. Let's go. NFL stream. Now discussing. Wait a minute. I think I can just go boom. Nope. There. Bang. Easy. So easy. Makes me wonder checking out if Caleb. I don't think Caleb was part of the problem by any stretch of the imagination with USC's offense. USC's offense was obviously pretty productive over the last little while. And especially when you watch the tape, for crying out loud, it may be as simple as they had time to get everybody back on the same page, because USC had this massive run of horrible turnovers at the late part of the season. I mean, like, wide receivers would get the ball, get hit, and just fumble, right? So you get all this time to basically prep and re-rack what you're going to be doing after the season. If anything, it speaks to Lincoln Riley as a coach. And again, I'm really interested to see the film to see if everybody plays a little more together than they did when Caleb was leading the offense. But to be honest with you, Caleb's film is still impressive, regardless of what the freshman behind him does, right? Just because the stuff we've seen on tape and the process he plays with, I think it's impressive. So anyways, getting off of draft talk and leaving that to another time. Bears play cover 3. They don't cut the crossers, so Jalen Johnson's got to charge over to get Trey McBride. I cannot tell if he tips this away. And for anybody who remembers, you let me know, because I watched this a couple times. Jalen sure looks like he gets his hand kind of in the picture, but it also looks to me like Trey McBride just up and drops this. I mean, I'm sure they showed a replay that would get me demonetized, but that's the best look I have. Maybe Jalen gets a finger on it. The littlest of touches. But it looks like a PD from one angle, and then it looks like a drop from another, and then this one, it's hard to tell. That's what I thought, Sir Lord. And if that's the case, man, what a run by Jalen Johnson to go get this ball. Guy is on fire right now. 2nd and 10. They're going to run it, and they get quite a bit. Jalen doesn't set the edge, and neither does Kyler Gordon. And James Conner slips out the other side of it, picks up some yardage. The rookies are in the game for anybody who's interested. But I'm telling you, every time the Bears rookies get into the game, nobody wants to run up the middle. I don't think it's a fear thing. I think it's just bad luck. But it's always hilarious because the moment you want to see some mano a mano for Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens is the exact moment that the opposing offense runs a play where the D-line doesn't matter, right? Go figure. 3rd and 1. Bootleg out. Bang. Easy. I really like the design on this. So take a look at exactly how this works. I would love for Devin Hester to get in. I don't really think too hard about the Hall of Fame stuff because I'm not on the committee, and the committee makes all kinds of different decisions. But I sure hope he's in, right? Hester was a finalist for the last 3 years running. Demo, by the way. But so, if you watch this, the big action, let's go slow motion. The big action here is Trey McBride slipping out the side. Boom. And then he's gone. So is it bad coverage? Well, honestly, it's difficult, right? Because the tough part for Tyreek Stevenson is that his assignment is this guy on the edge, generally speaking. I mean, if he's going to drop into a zone, he's expecting of all the guys to pop, it's probably going to be this wide receiver who runs a completely separate pattern, right? He blocks, and the moment he does, he steps inside. So when he does that, that signals for Tyreek Stevenson to charge in. It's the guy just inside of him, the one that you would think Eddie Jackson would be on, that slips and goes out the other direction. The moment he does, there's nobody there. So good job by Arizona tricking the rookie. It's a nice play. McBride runs it really well. Easy first down. Jack Sanborn just comes flying off the edge. Can always trust Jack to run really hard. Is he going to catch you? Who knows? But he's going to run really hard. Sir Lord, I will tell you if it helps. Oh, this is nice. Here's the classic, let's just throw it Tyreek Stevenson play. But nice break by the rookie. Boom. Give me the other angle. Oh, does he get a hand in there? Sure seems like it, doesn't it? He's excited. Love that, right? No worries, Mango. Sorry for the distraction, but I just watched Caleb Wright. Oh, man. Mango, that's probably my favorite part is it with Caleb Williams. You've got great film from his rookie, his freshman, his sophomore, and his junior year. Now, there's plenty to go there, right? Everybody loves watching all kinds of Caleb stuff, but to me, my favorite part about somebody like Caleb is that you're not just hanging on to 1 year of his starting, right? You've got 3 years of solid tape. That applies to Drake too, in that you've got 2 years of solid tape, but whatever. Like, we've got plenty of time to talk about them we've got plenty of time to talk about them at another time. And honestly, checking out, I don't think that that's totally fair. I mean, I think that Williams reads defenses really well. I think he and Fields couldn't be more different in the way that they interpret defensive movement and the way that their eyes bounce around all over the field. I think that he holds on to the ball in part because Lincoln Riley's offense asks you to. You can look at nearly any time to throw chart and any quarterback that can scramble. I'm talking about Kyler, Jalen, and now Caleb Williams will hold on to the ball a lot in the Lincoln Riley offense. And even Baker, who could have had a lower time to throw by most standards. But anyways, I love it, Jason. More to say, checking out, that when your team is way worse than the other team across from you, let's use an example. I mean, you want to talk about pressure. Arizona brought plenty of pressure, but Caleb Williams navigated it and found his way to a win. Cal brought plenty of pressure. The end game against UCLA, they brought plenty of pressure. I thought Caleb Williams was the only reason that they were even kind of competitive in those games. Notre Dame, their whole team was just better than the USC offense, but that's all a conversation for another time. I mean, Caleb's got plenty of problems. These kinds of conversations always turn things into these kinds of conversations always turn into somebody who likes Caleb Williams trying to tell you he's perfect. He's not perfect. I think he's exciting, right? But he's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. He's just got a bunch of really positive traits as a passer. Quick release, outstanding arm strength given his quick release, creativity, the ability, like really great pocket movement and pocket footwork within that. I think the ability to operate an offense at a high level and an understanding of what open is and what he's working towards within each passing play. But I actually think his accuracy is just okay. Obviously, you've got size concerns if you're somebody who thinks that your quarterback needs to be 6'4", and a lot of people have major issues with his time to throw and how often he's going to get hit. Like you're saying, Akusa, I think that you're absolutely right. Chris, there's absolutely a chance that you draft a number one quarterback and he ends up being not as good as Fields. But right now, I think Fields is just leaving a lot on the table. He may be less athletic than Fields, but he might run an offense a little better. But we'll see. Jimmy, that's not what I see, but you have to be watching tape to see it. And I don't blame anybody. Good news, Myrtle, is I feel pretty good about the Jags being able to close that out either way. ML, so you ask, is there anything I see that thinks that makes me think the Bears won't have a top 5 defense next year? Well, if they change their coordinator, then their new coordinator may ask them to do different things, and I think that they'll still be really talented, but top 5 is always hard to tell. It's always hard to tell. Yes, Akusai, but they do need this one. They really, really need this game. Now, that doesn't mean that they'll necessarily win it. Nice job, Kyler Gordon, on this. Empty set, follows the man, sees the hands, knocks the ball away. Yes. Yes. How sweet is this? Oh, yeah. And that's Rondale Moore. That's a super athlete in his own right. Boom. Jibby, I do at times. I mean, it depends. But also, it doesn't help anything that Lincoln Riley's offense is like entirely pick aside. But then all of a sudden, you'll see, just in case it helps, and this is it. Let's this is all I'm gonna say about Caleb Williams. This is the last one. This is the last thing, right? So, Jimmy, there will be plenty of times where I've seen Caleb will have a number 1 read, and then he'll have a number 2 read, and then he'll have, say, a number 3 read, and he'll reach. So he'll go 1 to 2. Ooh, terrible. Oh, saved it. Nice. To 3, and he will get to 3, and he'll hit the throw, right? It's specific, right? But at least from what I have seen, there's enough examples of him going ping to pong to pung and getting to that key read that I know I'm looking for. But they're few and far between because, like you're saying, plenty of times pressure happens, then he goes into creation mode, and then he does what he does. There aren't a lot of teams that could fence him into the pocket and force him to play from there. But no worries, Starview. I appreciate it. I love this. Okay, so we got somebody from Mexico. We got somebody on a lagging phone. Like we're developing a little hardcore audience here. Oh my gosh, is Montez Sweat? I mean, these are just the funniest plays, right? Where it's like, can you get it around Montez Sweat? No, you cannot. Right? Like, here's an athletic jumping man, and look at how high the guy gets. This is hilarious to me. Boom. Boom. Yes. That's hilarious demo. Let's see. It is just bullying him, isn't it? It seems that way, John. Let's see. Well, that's the thing, Jibby. A lot of guys, especially in college, are not going to get there in college often. I mean, So to use checking out Gypsy Mike's example, he mentions May. May doesn't do it near as often either. May goes 1 to 2. Most colleges offenses do. You have your one read, and then you have your not one read, right? And so you just go bang to bang. You just throw it in a lot of cases. And so I don't see a lot of offenses ask guys to process like an NFL player does. It's part of why that jump to the NFL can be so difficult, is because in college, you run a lot more option routes, rub routes, and I mean, stuff you do in the NFL, sure, but less full field progression, right? Um, but, anyways, hey, that's it. That's all it is. Well, the other piece, that's the thing, Jibby. You mentioned his or his clock. You're absolutely right. Like in the wide world of May versus Murray, his play tempo is much, let's say, naturally, like he's naturally going to throw the ball sooner than Caleb is, and he's sort of going to tie a blindfold around his eyes and throw it sometimes. I mean, that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? And I haven't yet, Myrtle. I mean, I barely have time to just watch the Bears games in detail. Once we finally get into draft scouting, honestly, you can crunch so much film so much faster. Because when I'm watching these Bears games, I basically, Myrtle, have to evaluate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like players all at the same time. And that's totally fine. I mean, I'm not trying to say woe is me or anything in that case, right? It's more to say that I have to really like um I have to work to try to really get a sense for what happens in a lot of these games, nail all the play calls, blah blah blah, blah everything in between. Let's see. Makes me that always makes me think the NFL should adopt more college systems. Yeah, exactly. It gets tough because a lot of them are a little predictable. Um, because in college, the gist is college concepts you generally are going to like pick your matchup one way or another. Let's use an example. All right. So when people talk about smash, they say, wow, a basic smash concept. It looks like we're going to pick it a different way. So we've got trips right here, right? So we're going to go post over here. We're going to go smash corner. And then this guy's going to break, and then he's going to break underneath, right? So all we're doing is we would be high-lowing Jalen Johnson. So if Jalen attacks down, high-lowing Jalen Johnson. If Jalen attacks down, we hit the high, right? If Jalen attacks high, we hit the low. This is relatively high school, right? Because the entire idea, why is it a high school concept, is that we are just going to ignore this side of the field. We are working with what we have right here. And this is an alert. We really aren't expecting to throw it unless it's absolutely wide open. And so, us ignoring all that field is something we can do because in high school, this guy's your best player. This guy's one of the only 3 people on the field that's going to be able to play college football eventually. So you just don't need to worry about what's going to happen on this side of the field because it's a bunch of scrubs anyways. This guy's going to go win you his matchup, and if he's not wide open, then whatever, you'll just hit the guy underneath because he's relatively capable and you've scouted this guy. You know he can't play anyways. Who cares, right? But in the NFL, as I'm sure you guys have seen, you're going to see a ton more concepts that at least attempt to make use of much more of the football field. Where at least if you're, what is this? You can almost tell it's a third down. You just know it's a 3rd and 15 because, like, boom, or because basically you've got a curl, a curl, a curl, and a check down. I know it's silly, but they're just trying to attack the line to gain, right? Basic stuff, but the idea is that Murray is going to pick his favorite target, and he doesn't have one because the Bears just sit on it like birds in a fence. The Nagy offense, yes, but hey, you did convert a couple of these. I remember a specific Raiders, but was it the Raiders? Where I think it was either Foles or Trubisky, but somebody chucked a seed straight to Mooney, and the Raiders guy just let it happen, basically. Um, and like you're saying, Sir Lord, that definitely doesn't help. Starview, if it helps you, you can go back and you can look, and a whole lot of those USC losses when they were 7-5. I mean, worth remembering. Not only scouting quarterbacks is more about process than it is about like points, but even so, Caleb Williams ended up with, I think, some of the most yards and some of the most points in the draft class. They just had a terrible defense and could not fix it no matter what they tried. And they started trying to fix it, frankly, a little too late. But right? Akusai. That's the wins thing, right? Tim Tebow. It was Mitch to Mooney. Mitch threw some seeds, Sean. Like Mitch had his moments. That Washington to Gabriel throw, I'll never forget it. On what was that? Was that Monday Night Football? I think that might have been Monday Night Football. Man, I was just euphoric, loosely. Dump off. Here's the next drive. Boom. Hey Tyler, how you doing? Jimmy, we're gonna have to table the conversation. But to be fair, I've watched like 7 games of Caleb and I've watched like 3 games of Drake. So I'm not about to profess to you that I'm some Drake May expert. But we'll talk about it another time. Anyways. Oh my gosh, O'Shea, you're right. I think I'm thinking of Fields to Mooney against the Raiders. And that was his rookie year, wasn't it? Where he threaded a third down that was very similar. Excuse me? Do my eyes deceive me? We're kind of just vibing for what it's worth, everybody, if you can't tell. Like, this whole stream, the idea is to just vibe. Is that Montez on that side? It is. He wins. But don't forget, here's Zach Pickens, lined up as a 3-tech. Bang. Walking back. Walking back. Get you some pressure, big dude. They got to chuck the ball underneath. Tremaine Edmonds comes up, makes a hit, and I think they picked up a first down. But we tried. We got some pressure. that was one tech tumultuous. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. I always want it to be 3-tech. My brain always wants to push it that way. I really like him as the big man. There goes Kyler. Eddie just stopping here is hilarious. Eddie gets over the top and just breaks down and says, well, Kyler's coming at me. We'll see. Dexter at this point needs to figure out what he's going to do against rundowns. But right now, he's certainly looking like he might be the 3-tech of the future if the Bears don't sign another one in free agency or something like that. I mean, there's some good options. Like, you need to really like Dexter to want him over Christian Wilkins or want him over Chris Jones or something like that. But either way, right now, the reps he's getting at 3-tech are really exciting. I mean, especially just as a rusher. I swear though, man, he's a huge dude. Like, you watch Dexter compared to Pickens, right? When they both get up, one of these guys looks like Goliath, the other looks like a relatively spry 3-tech. Like, it is hilarious to me. Just how big a person Gervin Dexter is. Let's see. For what it's worth, Sir Lord, I do think that the get off of the snap thing was always a little overblown. I mean, it's going to happen at times, right? Where you're going to see a player with some slow get off. And with Dexter, I wouldn't be surprised if his reaction speed's just not amazing or something. But I do think it can very quickly become something that's a mountain being made out of a molehill, right? Here, let's move everything over a little bit so at least when I hunch, my face is a little bit better spot. I do remember that, Danis. And the main thing is, or Jim Stannis, the main thing that I see is, let me follow the play. My word. Look at this. You mentioned Kyler's speed, but also, I know this is James Conner. Look at Montez Sweat track to the edge here. Like, you're expecting to beat that guy a little sooner than the 5-yard mark. For crying out loud. I don't, John. It may not be done yet. And Eric, get off is certainly important. Yeah, here he's probably a little slow. But kind of so is everybody. What I always try to do when I was looking at get off was, how does he get off compared to everybody else? And the answer was, fine. He was really slow early. Let's see. What's this? Okay, so it's still 0-21. LOL. They really don't get much offense in the first half. Oh, bummer. Here comes one of their pressure looks, but they don't get. They must be doing something funny with their cadence. They must be, because the Bears keep getting caught off guard. Like, usually TJ Edwards is on these things, but here they actually catch him a little bit. Boom. Just a little slow. Bears get overloaded. Bears get overloaded on that side of the ball. It's a pretty little design against what you know is probably going to be a zone drop back, and it is. First down. Kyler's release is hilarious. Like, watching Kyler's release, can't you see? This is a guy that has had to master throwing as high as he reasonably can. Like, Kyler's got to extend his arm and everything about as high as it's going to go and then throw over the top, or that's going to get batted down. And you're right, Jibby. Here's Dexter at what is this? This is Dexter the Edge. I'm telling you. What I keep sitting here thinking, I think this is Paris Johnson. Somebody feel free to go look this up and check on me. But I'm pretty sure this is Paris. And what I've always thought with Dexter is that Dexter is so big and can get so much power out of these early steps that when he gets inside of a tackle, there can't be many tackles that actually have the anchor to keep him off. Like, look at him. He basically jumps inside Paris and bench presses him, because the guys that are accustomed to this style of play is somebody like number 76. I mean, like, literally look at 76, right? Like, you can see all of the mass that a lot of these NFL guards have to play with, right? Whereas the tackles have to be lighter. I mean, they're going up against guys that in many cases are 260 pounds. So you look at this new poster, and I tend to think that you might actually be able to get decent edge rush potential off of Gervon Dexter being a completely different type of edge. Absolutely. But like a massive DeMarcus Walker would be the idea. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this is something you can only do at on third downs just because of the way it messes with run fits. But I can't help thinking that he keeps working. That's a good way to put it, Akusai, where you want him to kick out rather than him playing there full time. Oh no. Jason, hide your eyes. Don't look at this. Andrew Billings gets pancaked. Avert your eyes, everybody. This is not a Christmas miracle. But from there, once he loses, massive hole. That's a heartbreaker. Not on this stream. It shook the earth. Man, kudos to 76. That is a massive pancake block. And it doesn't help anything that it's totally tripping. Well, it's not tripping in the conventional sense. It's more like Billings is working, and then he has no place to put his feet and buckles. But it happens. Drug test Will Hernandez. Was holding and tripping. Not my Billings, not my NFL. There goes Tremaine. Tremaine Edwards gets him with the leg kick. Hang on, let's see what happened to Edwards there. Looks like Edwards just gets rocked. Paris goes out and gets him. Okay, so does Tremaine? Yes. Tremaine, there's no way. Okay. I always think this is hilarious, right? But so watch Tremaine Edmonds. Here we're gonna go slow motion. Tell me this isn't just a straight up trip. That is on purpose tripping. Like, we'll take it. Hey, get a stop any way you can. But this is actual, just like, I'm gonna stick my leg out and you're on the ground now. You'll take it. No flag. Crafty veteran move, exactly. Oh man, thank you so much, Christopher. You have no idea how much that means for me to hear it. Hey, I really appreciate you. Okay, so this is where I would make a joke about the Irish Bears fan, but like I know that Scottish people and Scottish people and Irish people are not always on great terms. Is that cool now, or are we still bad blood? Anyways, we're all Bears fans, and if you're a Bears fan, you're part of the community. But either way, I'm absolutely happy to make anything. Hopefully, we can make more eventually. But for now, we got the streams. The streams totally work. Let's see. Is this? Oh, they go Wildcat here. They basically try to get into the Bears play, but it doesn't work. That's a different wrinkle. Okay. So this is similar, I guess you could say, to what you keep seeing, where you'll bump a wide receiver over and you'll have Justin Fields or somebody like pop back. If anything, no, I guess it's kind of the same play, but obviously they do it against the guys that ran it basically first, which has nothing to do with why it doesn't work, but it's a fun part of the story. If we really wanted to talk about why it doesn't work, it looks like it's because, yeah, okay, Jermaine basically just never gets blocked. Kudos to, oh, gotcha. Kudos to Andrew Billings, because he basically bumps over, grabs the center. The center's trying to work up to Edmonds, so he never gets there. Billings basically takes out both guys. And then Edmonds is able to stay alive, riding off the back of that. Gets just enough of 4. No, he doesn't. Look at this. Gotcha. It's the English. Y'all, just after getting pancaked, look at Andrew Billings cut a runoff. Look at this. So Billings throws the center on the ground, but then it's him in the run lane. Dude just hustled from there to there, which, I mean, I get that for most professional athletes is nothing specific to talk about, but for a guy who I'm pretty sure is like 330 pounds, like, you go, dude. He's just, you swear he's everywhere sometimes. There he is. I'm going to throw you on the ground. I'm going to keep working to the sidelines. We bring him down. I mean, come on. Gave up some strength for blazing speed. Right, new poster. New poster, I love that. I'm gonna read it out. Imagine running for your life or running away from a 350-pound lineman at the snap, only to find him at the sidelines waiting for you. That's hilarious. So what is it now? Third and? Yeah, 3rd and 3. Looks like the Bears are going to load stuff up on the line. Eric, you may make me go get a cup of coffee, because you're right. It's not even 9. Oh, that is wide open, isn't it? And touchdown. What a shame. How did nobody cover the back end of the backfield? I mean, I'm shocked. And I thought it was funny how there were some people that pointed specifically to Justin Jones being the guy who stays back here, but like, not covering the back, that is a choice. I mean, somebody's got to. It's just a bust. Like, maybe it's Brisker. He's the first on it, but he's also far enough back to see. Let's see. It would be blown away. I would be blown away if it was Edmonds' man, if only because if it's his man, he's not on the blitz. Like, at least he shouldn't be. Because Edwards is on the blitz too. He just gets home. Bear family is right, Starview. But you'll see this when you get there. So Bears give up the touchdown. Bummer. He said Justin wasn't supposed to drop out, so then who was? Good job by Kyler to navigate it, get the ball out. Boom. I think he felt something and decided to blitz. Yeah, maybe. These are plays where it's just harder to know, to be honest with you, because all the DBs get their stuff right. Hey, you put in Smith for a drive. You give up a score. All right. Let's go back to some Bears defense. It is so funny talking about this one, right? Because are there really any like big mysteries we have? Oh, Jibby, for me, the main thing I'm looking at with Terrell Smith, he's good. It's a good thing that he's on the team, right? He's Gordon is superior, Kyler. I like it. Like the main thing I look at with Terrell Smith is it's weird to me that they're rotating corners. Like if you like Tariq Stevenson, play Tariq Stevenson. If you like Terrell Smith, play Terrell Smith. I also tend to think that they can see, because Jibby, are you watching the old 22 or are you watching the broadcast? Because on the broadcast, Terrell Smith is going to look a lot better. He does a ton of coming up to hit. But so the let's see. Oh no, I get you. I get you. I like it, Jimmy. Main thing that I see is with Terrell Smith. Anytime that you run, okay, so hang on. Sorry, I got distracted by myself. When I watch corners, what I care about is how well does the corner play when the receiver runs one of the following routes, right? When you run one of these routes or something similar. How you doing, butthead? Like, how do you play? How are you when you come up and tackle? Less concerning to me. If you can compete on these routes, then I'm interested. And right now, Smith is struggling to compete on hard breaking routes. Bunnery, how you doing? What's going on? We just had two people just jump in and yell. It's 9 p.m. the time, right? And so Smith's giving things up in coverage right now, but Jibby, he's excellent coming downhill and he's excellent in the run game. Your boy Robert just sees that as less important because, in my opinion, eventually you're going to run into a situation where your cornerback needs to cover, and those situations often win you the game. And Jimmy, we're getting through it. I mean, let's see. Oh, Bunnery, no worries. What's wrong with your day? And whatever you want to talk about. But so, Jimmy, we'll get through it because honestly, like I watched the offense and I sort of glazed through the defense. So if he has two pass breakups, sick. I do like Smith. I just want to see him get better at competing on a lot of those breakers, which is totally fine, right? It doesn't hurt anything that I've just gotten a bunch more time watching Stevenson. Man, Bunnery, the good news is that, okay, so hang on. My thing isn't working. That's a bummer. I'll just have to do it like this. So Bunnery mentions like hard to have good days when the Bears suck. Well, here's the thing, Bunnery. We have had a lot of years. I mean, a lot of years where the Bears were not only not good, but they were aging. They had no draft capital. They were trading away whatever they could so that they could take another bite at a one-year apple that we all generally knew wasn't going to work. We're watching a Bears game where some people are mad that the Bears did not beat the Arizona Cardinals by more. I am one of those psycho individuals that thinks you could have beaten this Arizona team by plenty more with this same Bears roster. Like I think the coaching could be better to utilize Justin better. I think that with the same coaching, Justin could play better. I think that Darnell Mooney, among a couple other Bears receivers, had opportunities that they could have cashed in on. I thought the run game was awesome. I thought the offensive line was flat out fun to watch. It's so funny, Bunnery, because we're looking at a team that's now 6-9, and I feel so much better about this team than I used to. Because in 2020, who cared that they were going 8-8? In 2021, when they got Andy Dalton QB1, you lived through that season, Bunnery. Like 2022 was a tank, which obviously sucks at the time, right? But it was refreshing on purpose because we had been through so many years, 2019, 2020, 2021, where they were competing for nothing. And then in 2022, they decided they were just going to lose. And they did. They actually pulled it off. Like, they actually got the number 1 overall pick. And then they traded it down. They got it, or traded with Carolina. Carolina is 1 loss away, or 1 Arizona Cardinals win from delivering the number 1 overall pick a second time. Like, it's so funny looking at this team, Bunnery, because I don't see a Bears team that sucks near the way it used to. I see a Bears team that is damn close. Like, I see a team like what Tumultuous Titan just said. Because, Tumultuous, you mentioned this team was expected to get around 7 or 8 wins. What gets difficult, Tumultuous, is evaluating what this team was supposed to do the moment that you traded for Montez Sweat. Because I think we would all agree the Montez Sweat deal looks like a masterstroke. Like, I'm not going to break that word out often, and I haven't on this channel. But the Montez Sweat deal looks like one of the best trades in recent memory. At least when it comes in 1 pick for a player. Montez Sweat has had such an unbelievable impact that I would argue, Tumultuous, it shifts the calculus a lot. Like, where would the Bears be without Montez Sweat? I'm asking you guys completely seriously. Like, which games that the Bears have won, do you think the Bears would have beaten the Lions? Like, I understand that they only beat them once. Do you think the Bears would have beaten the Lions 1 time without Montez Sweat? Do you think that the Bears would have beaten the Carolina Panthers without Montez Sweat? Like, do you think that the Bears, because they didn't win that many games, I'm thinking about it now with Montez Sweat, like, it is so funny looking back, but like, how much do you think that the Bears season changes if they don't trade for number 98? And so you mentioned, Tumultuous, that they should have been a 7-8 win team. Would they have underperformed? Like, for instance, Tumultuous, if you told me that they had Sweat before the season, right? I would tell you that they probably should have been thought of as a 9-win team, right? So obviously this happens in the middle of the season. So that changes some games, but not all of them, right? But it's more to say, Tumultuous, that now all of a sudden there are a lot of people that are saying that, oh, well, we're going to win 7 games. Why are we so mad? Didn't you guys think that we were going to win 7 games? Yeah, but not with Sweat. Like, once you add Sweat and he starts looking like that, things change. Don't you think? I mean, maybe I'm the crazy Bears fan that's almost like trying to find ways to be mad. I hope that's not what it comes across like. But it's more to say that when it comes to evaluating this Bears season, we're stuck, Bunnery, between, on one hand, this team's been way better than we thought it was going to be, right? Way better than we thought it was going to be. On another hand, they don't have the wins to totally prove it. Like, you look at games like that first Lions game. You look at games like that recent game against the Browns, right? You look at the early game against Denver. I mean, gosh, you close those out. The Bears are in division race right now, which would be pretty unbelievable, right? So it feels as if, to me at least, that we're only like we're not quite only a good quarterback away, Gypsy. I don't think that's totally fair. I think that the Bears are some offensive line help, a really solid receiver, at least one, probably two, right? Cole Kmet and DJ Moore getting healthy, and then one more strong defensive piece, and you get all of those, and this team is probably ready to rock and roll. Lucky for you guys. I actually think that the Bears have a real shot at getting all those things. I mean, hey, it's not impossible, right? But you look at what the Bears could get, right? Or you look at what they need to do, and I just can't help but look and say, "Ha dang, they're Bunnery, they are as close as I have ever seen them to competing with the best teams in the NFL and actually winning the games." I mean, here's the problem, right? Here's the issue that I see, Bunnery. If you're still in here, I hope you are, because I'm preaching to you, right? I've been a Bears fan for now probably 15, 16 years. I mean, sometimes it's hard to remember, and I don't personally keep count, right? Um, I have watched my team play against the class of the NFL and hoped that they would just find three to four turnovers in the luckiest win on earth, because that's about what it would have taken to beat these teams, right? Um, it's that's what life as a Bears fan has been. Life as a Bears fan is the life of cheering for the exception. I don't know if you guys have looked this up, and I would Google it if I could remember the specific ones. But the Bears hold realistically every path or every record for exceptional wins under unusual circumstances. It's the Chicago Bears. It's the Chicago Bears that hold the only two wins, I think, in NFL history for a quarterback that from front to back throws less than 10 passes. And one of those wins was Mitch's start, where he threw 7 passes against Carolina, and Eddie Jackson took a pick six back to the house, and that was enough. Like, you watch this team, and you've watched it forever, right? And we have spent so much time cheering for the Bears to try and beat the Chiefs, and then they blow us out. Don't remind anybody, but I know you were there, most of you guys, during the Trestman era, when the Bears rocked up against the Green Bay Packers and they put 50 up on us. And then we rolled into a game against the New England Patriots in the middle of their dynasty. And what did us doofuses think? We thought maybe we've got a chance. And they hung another 50 on us. Like, I mean, and the worst part is my parents at that time, because I was in high school around then, like the I was in high school and I was supposed to be studying for finals. And I, a Bears fan, this is about as relatable as I think I could be, guys, begged my parents to watch the Bears down 30 some odd to nothing, because I loved the Bears so much that even watching them have another 14 points hung on them was preferable to not watching them while knowing that they were playing. Like, I mean, this has been a hard team to root for, right? Like, it's been a team that rushes it, that gets bad quickly, doesn't realize they're bad, and generally tries to act as if they are constantly one move away from being good. We're going to trade for Cutler, and we're going to intentionally not give him any receiver help. We're going to draft Mitch Trubisky. We are going to wait for a year that nobody really knows why to fire John Fox, knowing he's a dead man walking, so that we can bring in Matt Nagy and then trade all of our future draft picks for Khalil Mack. Whereas Ryan Poles comes along, he trades one draft pick, not even a future draft. I mean, I guess technically a future draft pick, but not even a first round pick for a player that may not be Khalil Mack, but he sure seems awfully effective, doesn't he? Like, I am more than anything trying to point out that, like, this Bears team, it may not end differently. We don't know how the story ends. We're all going to be watching it together. But, Bunnery, I don't think the Bears suck the way that they used to. I actually think this team is really sneaky good. Like, I'm the person who will ruffle all kinds of people's feathers with takes on players that I do or don't like. Right? Like if I think I think if your favorite player is not good, I'm probably going to tell you, right? And I will tell you that it feels to me as if right now the Bears are a good team that we almost want to be just a little bad for a little while longer so that we can change coaches, right? Look at Matt Eberflus for crying out loud. Like right now, Matt Eberflus thinks he's coming back. Do you want him back? That's your decision. I mean, Matt Eberflus with a new offensive coordinator, it could get worse. It could get worse, but there's better, isn't there? I mean, at least you'd think so, right? And so we'll we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But it is so funny, Haplo. You mentioned he traded a future pick for Claypool. Haplo, the funny part to me about the trade for Claypool is that conceptually speaking, it still makes sense. Like it, the trading a second round pick for a receiver that had proven that he could be an 800-yard receiver nearly no matter what, that was huge and super athletic, and maybe he was just on the outs with Cleveland or what is this? He was on the outs with Pittsburgh for the wrong reasons, right? Turns out he wasn't. Obviously it didn't work. The Bears literally did not win a game with him. Like, I mean, the process may have made sense, but the player that they got, what happened to the locker room, it is wild looking back at the Chase Claypool trade and what had to happen from there. And I'll get to the head coach thing in a little bit, guys. More to say that it's funny, Haplo, because in the world of process, it's the same process that led to Montez Sweat. Identify an important position at a time we need it so that we can skip the line in free agency and get a player that we want that we know we're not going to have access to later, right? The problem being that one didn't work out at all, right? Drafting athletic. So everybody loves a lot of Brian Poles' latest draft stuff. Think about it this way, y'all. Gervin Dexter and Zach Pickens, whatever you think of them, and Braxton Jones. That is all the same formula that led to Velus Jones. And I like Velus, I think, more than some people because I see him as very gadgety in what he does. And he's still one of the best runners on the team, which feels ridiculous to say, but it's true nevertheless. He is kind of special with the ball in his hands. But, it's how you get the ball into his hands that's the real problem, and him holding on to it, right? It's more to say that the same process that leads you to the guys that you like leads you to the guys that you don't. But it's a good process, nevertheless, because it's led us to athletes. And when you find the athlete and they pick up some football skills, bada boom, suddenly you've got Gervin Dexter looking like Godzilla out there. And so let's see. I don't think Claypool was a locker room cancer. The Bears were just bad regardless. It's always possible, right? It really is. I mean, it seems as if there was a little bit of locker room cancer going on. Bearski, you appreciate Poles for trusting his process, not being scared the first time. I agree with you. I think that was a good thing. Dom Rob's a great point. What did Brady say about Edelman? And I'm with you, Sean, that I think the process has been more right than wrong. The process is part of how you end up with an okay free agency class. The pro scouts could probably be better, to be honest with you, and that's okay. And it is, Sir Lord, isn't it? But so let's see. Perfect. All right, so let's see. Nate Davis got lazy after his contract. I don't think he got lazy. I mean, the problem that I see, Jibby, is that I don't think that when I see Davis screwing up, I see somebody who's lazy. I see somebody who his technique just isn't there. Maybe there's a little bit of fire. I don't know. I mean, if I'm really splitting hairs, but so let's see. Phantom, I have answered a million times. So, look, while we're in the middle of Rob's rants, 114 people, thank you guys. Like the stream if you're enjoying it. If you don't, tell me why, and then we'll go through it. We're going to go through more film in a second. This game is just funny, right? Because everybody's seen it. Everybody saw the same thing I think everybody else did, which is this was just another Bears game, right? Ron, how you doing? Good to see you. Like, the funny part about this game was that the defense held. the offense started really hot, like they always have, started maybe hotter than they have nearly all season, and then they just went mega cold. And there are all kinds of reasons why. I mean, it's so funny, I think, looking at this game because then they almost blew the lead, but they didn't. They hung on to it. Neat. Let's see. I always ask for a topic. You need 7 wins this year. We're pretty much there. End results alone. Why not stick with the same coaches, Christopher? The simplest reason is something we were just talking about. Um, Man, you guys are giving me a lot of topics to talk about. So well, I'll see if I can't hit them all. The Early in the season, we said 7 wins. Then Christopher, we traded for Montez Sweat, and I tend to think that that added one. At this stage, I don't know if 8 wins makes you satisfied, but the scary part for me, Christopher, is I expected the team to be worse. I expected Tyreek Stevenson to be much more bad. I expected Darnell Wright to be flat out bad. I wrote 2 articles about this. If you couldn't pick up on the subtext, I expected Darnell Wright to be hanging in there, but to get beat because that's normal for a rookie. I expected Tevin Jenkins to play 5 less games than he did. And in those games that he played, I expected him to be drastically worse. No worries, Bearsky. Catch you later. I expected DJ Moore to be good, but not 1,400 yards good. I expected DJ Moore to be good, but, not that, right? Like, there are so many pieces, Christopher, to this team that have outperformed my expectations that you end up with these games like the Denver game, like the Detroit game, like the Browns game, where you go, oh my God, how did we lose these? And then you say, how did we lose these? And you kind of end up back on coaches that went conservative there at the end, right? And it's so funny talking about that. I know you have, Christopher. I think it is a good topic, right? It's more to say that it's just funny talking through all that because I expected Bob right there with you, where like I didn't think the team would be this good. So now that it is, my expectations shifted a little bit. Now, does it mean that getting new coaches is going to fix everything? No. I mean, we learn as we go, right? Maybe Flus is about as good as you can get, but I do doubt that. I mean, I think it can be healthier than this, but it doesn't help anything that the quarterbacks that I have analyzed the most have not played pretty well, right? Like, think about how much time I've spent breaking down Andy Dalton, Mitch Trubisky, Nick Foles, and whatever you think of Justin Fields. Justin Fields is in there. Like, I've broken down many less Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, like Justin Herbert. And when we just sit there and we go, oh gosh, oh wow, the whole stream, don't we? Like when we're watching these. No, I got you, Bunnery. It's so funny looking at this. And then Chris, I mean, you thought we'd win 10, and here we are. We should have, right? Like they're one win away from having what should have been their 10th win. And they'd be right able to get it against an Atlanta team. It's going to be funny looking at that. And Haplo, hey, I thought Andy was kind of balling that year. Like he was kind of popping off. But so, oh, you mean last year? I got you. But so let's see. Yeah, Miller Moss going off. All right, so somebody mentioned, Jim, you mentioned how much influence do I think Flus actually used on offensive play calls? More than I think people think. Like, I tend to think that I think it's as simple as Flus saying, hey, let's throttle this thing down. Like, we don't need any turnovers, right? But so it's simple stuff, right? Everybody goes gets, he goes conservative. Am I insane for thinking that the head coach probably decides when we're going to be aggressive and when we're not going to be aggressive? Everybody says, wow, it's all delegated. Is it though? Right? But so anyways, working back to what somebody said, thank you anytime, Christopher, anytime. I'm right here for you guys. But so let's see. Somebody mentioned he would have saved the Jet season. Oh, he really would have though. So somebody asked earlier, let me see. There were like 3 good topics that got thrown at me really fast. Let's see. Each year we're required to pick one quarter to be completely terrible. It feels that way at Kusai. Let's see. defense with popsicle sticks and bubble gum. It does feel that way. Like you put on the Bears jersey and you're just unbelievable. Let's see. Phantom, you mentioned would I draft Caleb Williams if I was in the Bears position? So it's funny you asked this. There's two pieces to this, right? Okay, so first of all, disclaimer. This is it. This is it. No more Caleb. Bears film after this. Um, but so if Robert Schmitz, no, disclaimer, I haven't finished my Caleb eval yet. There's a lot that goes into a quarterback. I mean, I need to watch a ton more film before I know anything, right? But having watched what I would watch, Caleb is an exceptional prospect that's basically been gift wrapped for the Chicago Bears, right? And here's the problem, okay? If I was in the Bears position, there's a lot of ways this can go. If I was in Ryan Poles' position, it becomes a no-brainer, right? And here's the split, and this is where it's going to make a big difference. What kind of voice does Kevin Warren actually have, right? Like, what kind of influence does Matt Eberflus, if at all, if any at all, have into this situation? Because the drafting a rookie may not help the Bears, right? It will help Poles because no matter what, Caleb Williams will get 3 years in Chicago. Almost assuredly 4. He's the number 1 overall pick. Look at what it's taken to get rid of Zach Wilson. You have to be bad. And you have to remember that in free agency, they're theoretically going to add a center. They're probably going to add a wide receiver in the early parts of the draft, one way or another, right? And now with Roma Dunze and Lad McConkey and all kinds of people that are jumping into the into the first round all of a sudden, maybe if you have to wait until the second round, you can still grab yourself somebody like Keon Coleman, which feels kind of ridiculous, right? But I think Keon's much better than that. Anyways, moving on. The point being that if you stick with Fields, because Chris, you mentioned that Williams is short. He's a little short. He's stocky, which is helpful. But Chris, if you stick with Fields and Fields doesn't show you results very quickly, and I mean very quickly, like 2024, 2025, and if he does, great. You're good. You're good. Results is probably also pretty low bar. I mean, I tend to think that if you won one playoff game in 2024 and 2025 combined, people would get over it. Like the building would probably be happy, right? But I also think that if you did the same and you won one with Caleb Williams, God forbid, I mean, you're probably getting an automatic extension. Like it's funny looking at this because I just tend to think that you end up with a GM that is going to be under a lot of heat if he trades away the number 1 overall pick. It has to work. And if he sticks with Caleb Williams, there's plenty of other ways that you can build a similar, if not better, winner. God forbid Caleb's actually good, and then you work from there. But just thinking through it from Poles' perspective, there's a lot of weight that comes off of him the moment you can hide behind developing a rookie quarterback. Joe, I have heard the idea that the Bears should trade the number 1 overall pick to Los Angeles for Justin Herbert. I would be shocked if the Chargers would go for it. I mean, hey, down, right? But mostly down for fun. As much as anything, I sit here and think he is the franchise. Like, Justin Herbert just got extended. He is the franchise. Like, the moment that somebody made that decision, it would have to work. Like, if Herbert goes over and if it's the same problem with Fields, with the biggest issue that you're trading away a guy who's thrown for 5,000 yards, right? But so anyways, let's see. Still think the coaching staff stays? Spectre, I don't know. I haven't known about the coaching staff. I get such goofy vibes, I swear. They lose a game, and then all of a sudden, you get a report from Brad Biggs. Oh, well, these last couple games really matter, right? And yeah, we'll see. Like, and you're right, Joe. The problem is it makes more sense on paper than I think it does in practice, right? When it comes to like sticking with Caleb Williams. But anyways, let's see. If he trades that pick, he may not be able to make all those picks when all is said and done. That's the other problem, Jeremy, right? Like somebody else can come in and do that job for you. But so let's see. I would 100% trade the number 1 overall pick for Herbert. It's not a question. That's the thing, Haplo. For me, the big question with trading the number 1 overall pick for Herbert is so I really do mean this, Haplo. I'm actually not 100% certain that Justin Herbert would be worth it. Probably would be, right? But the number one overall pick this year is slated to be worth quite a great deal. And so, given that Justin Herbert, good quarterback, older, like has a slight injury history with the finger, and now he's paid, right? So you're trading a player with a contract as opposed to just getting a rookie deal for number one. So I am interested. I mean, I don't think anybody's actually said this, and maybe I'm the crazy one, right? Because I think Justin Herbert's really good too, right? But imagine that you're the GM, okay? So I'll be or you could be the agent, I'll be the GM, right? Pole's going to sit across from you. He's going to be like, we're talking about a guy who doesn't have any playoff wins. Like, Justin Herbert's awesome. Sure. I mean, I'm interested in trading for him, but come on. Like, it's got to be Herbert and your first. Like, Herbert and, or maybe he goes Herbert and your second or something like that. I mean, what would the negotiation look like? You know, maybe Poles would be off his rocker, but because everybody says, well, what's the point of number one? Well, the point of number one, right, Joe? The point of number one is to get a good quarterback that is cheap. Justin Herbert is no longer cheap. Justin Herbert is now what, $50 million a year? And so that's the thing. That's the thing, Jimmy. I'm picking stupid stuff. Like, to be so clear, Jimmy, I don't believe any of that. This is just what GMs do. Right? The GM's job isn't to be fair. The GM's job is to say what he's got to say to lower value enough to play things into his position, you know? And so I can't say it would work. I don't know if the Chargers would go for it, but truly part of me wonders if other teams would be offering so much that Poles would look and he would say, look, I understand that you want to trade me number one for Herbert. Like, I got Atlanta. They're offering me 3 firsts and Drake London. Maybe not. Like, maybe that never happens. Maybe it's, I got Atlanta. They're offering me 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Drake London. I mean, you're just offering me Justin Herbert? Like, you know, I got to take that deal. And then LA goes, well, I mean, we've got Justin Herbert. Like, what are you going to do about it? And you'd say, not give him to you. I don't know what you want. Like, if you want him, you got to bid up. And so we'll see. We'll see. The big, you can't, no, I agree, Haplo. I think Herbert is phenomenal. Like, I would be doing all of this as a poker face maneuver if I was the GM to try and drop that value, right? I would act like a loon to get them frustrated. And then see what that did. Maybe I get him to offer me something else, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'll close the deal and then I just take Caleb Williams, who I like. But the big question, just talk about this. Okay, so does everybody in here, I actually don't know the percentage, so let me know if you were, because I know a lot of people lurk. How many people were in here and broke down Mitch's tape with me? Okay? Because the big question that we're going to have with Drake Bay and Caleb Williams, and I don't have it as much with Caleb. Jibby, I'll answer this with you, and then we'll get back into Bears film, because I do want to cover at least enough of the Bears film to say that we did, right? But so, with Mitch, thank you, Butthead. Glad you were. With Mitch, one thing we learned, I think we all did, was that you can coach a player to look in the right spots, right? We talk about, can somebody read the field, right? And to me, like, you can teach a quarterback to hit the back of his drop, eye up the safety, then eye up the outside corner. If you like the read, then good. If you don't, progress to here, eye up this inside linebacker. And if you don't, check it down, right? And this will give you the impression sometimes that a quarterback can read the field. Sometimes. But really, he's just well coached. Like, I think Nagy was very literal with Mitch. I don't think Nagy was an amazing coach, mostly because as a head coach, I don't think his guys could execute the details. But I actually do think that Nagy got quite a lot out of his quarterbacks. I mean, maybe you disagree with me. I would tell you that I think that Andy Dalton had a really nice surge in a Chicago uniform. I think that Nick Foles played decently, and I think Mitch played his best ball in Chicago. Right now in Pittsburgh, Mitch looks like a shell of himself, right? And so it's more to say that with Drake May, my biggest question mark is how much of this is him reading the field well, Jibby, like working fast, like or playing quick, playing on tempo, looking here, then looking there, then throwing the ball. And how much of it is him seeing the field? Because those are different things, right? If your quarterback can prescribe, or if your quarterback's coach can prescribe you a throw and you've got a hell of an arm, and Drake May has a hell of an arm, you can look like you can read the field outstandingly, but really you're just placing the snot out of the ball, right? That's possible, you know? With Caleb, I'll tell you at times, Caleb doesn't even look like he got coached. I mean, that's not always a good thing, right? And so, but I watch Caleb hit the back of his drop. I know where he's looking. I know why he's looking there. Or I know, or I can see him go through 1, 2, 3, 4, like pop, 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 pop reads, work back to number one. At times, I think he's reading too quickly, right? But I can see the way he's attempting to think through the game and catching and trying to catch the defense and trying to interpret the defense. And it feels to me like I am comfortable saying Caleb sees the field well and can get better there. You have to remember, Caleb is also 21, right? Like, these kids are going to get better. Aaron Rodgers in college didn't look like Aaron Rodgers, the pro. You have to try to guess what these kids are going to look like when they're a 25-year-old man, right? But like you're saying, Jibby, you mentioned Williams being too slow at times. The USC route packages were just long developing, which, I mean, heard it before, right? How much of that was off of need? It's hard to tell sometimes. But I've seen enough examples of Williams playing within structure that I'm not scared of it, right? You only get like 20% of those throws a game. I mean, that's it, right? It's not as if it's a ton, but it's more to say that, of course, his time to throw is really no. UNC didn't play. I don't think May played. It'd be weird if he played. How you doing, Ravi? More to say. Let me see. Like, who was I talking to? Oh, yeah, Jibby. At least what I see when I watch Williams is that while in many cases he doesn't work quick game, you see it enough. Like, you'll see quick snap, out route, quick snap, underneath throw, quick snap, underneath throw, quick snap, check down, that you know he can. It's a tool in his bag. He just doesn't bring it out enough, right? But he's also a college quarterback playing in this wide open USC scheme. I can't help but think that an NFL coach is going to rein him in. I mean, hey, maybe you won't. Like, that's always scary and possible, right? But you can see that Caleb can do it. They just, in many cases, don't tell him he has to, right? Think about that, the difference in those words, right? It's the difference between it would be nice if, but do whatever you want to do, and you need to. And in the NFL, there's a lot more you need to. But that's just my opinion. Let's see. When Baldy's comments on CHGO that when he met Caleb Williams when he was 18, Baldy tested on defenses and how to read them, and he hit it out of a park. Carson, that just doesn't shock me, to be honest with you. Like, when I look at the when I look at when I look at Williams's tape, I see the way his head moves and where he's looking. And it doesn't surprise me that he knows how defenses are working, because then late in the play, to use an example here, Jibby, late in the play, Caleb generally knows where he needs to find space, and he finds it. Now, we'll see. But let's see, you mentioned that they said that about Mitch. Yeah, that's where things get weird, right? Is when you like the guys. When you like the guy, you go, wow, that's totally true. And when you don't like the guy, you go, it's draft season. Come on. So I hear what you're saying, Jibby. I'll tell you that I think Drake May has all of the I think Drake May could easily be another Justin Herbert. When I'm casting doubt, I'm telling you what I am worried about, which is a different worry than Caleb. With Caleb, let's be so plain. Caleb's going to commit at this point like one heinous turnover a game. Like, the turnovers that Caleb has are gross, and it's not the interceptions. Everybody makes a big deal out of the Notre Dame interceptions. It's the fumbles. Like, Caleb at times will attempt something so catatonically stupid that you can't believe he dared to try it. And the weird part is that he's pulled it off, like 7 other times. But that time it just looked so stupid. And he drops back, he takes a 17-yard sack, and he fumbles, and he gives the ball away, and USC gets scored on. Like, that's the stuff that I look at when, and I say, if you want to be frustrated with Caleb Williams, it's not that he holds onto the ball. I mean, he holds onto the ball a while, right? But there's a whole bunch of things that Caleb does that are really pristine and should carry into the NFL well. I mean, watching a game from Kyler Murray, he had a very similar time to throw. Now he looks like a much more, let's call it NFL normal quarterback, and had 2 years of playing exceptional MVP level football, right? But so the big problem, because that's the thing, or like you mentioned, and there's a little bit of that Leonidas, but also like Caleb feels the pocket. Caleb does so many things, but man, when that ball pops out, when he fumbles, air, like it's just air out of the balloon. The problem is, Jimmy, is that I think I would take that, and this is just me. First of all, Phantom, absolutely. He fumbles at a much higher rate than top quarterbacks of the past. If it helps you feel better, Phantom, the majority of NFL quarterbacks get better between their rookie and second year at not fumbling. So the hope would be that Caleb could clean it up as he moves on, right? But you can't say you know. With Drake May, Jibby, the problem is I can't tell if Drake May sees the field or is following orders. And he is a hell of a thrower. Like, that guy can make magic with his arm. Not worried about it. And that's a good thing. I mean, very not scary. Unless he is another Goff. And if he's another Goff, it's going to take him more time to really fit into the rest of the NFL. Or maybe he's an accelerated Goff, which would be Herbert, right? In some ways. That's good. That's a good thing. And so it could be sick. The possibilities are all over the place. When I tell you, I'm just, in simple words, why does Robert like Caleb as opposed to Drake May? The way I would simplify it for you is when I look at Caleb, because I see a lot of people comparing him to a taller Kyler Murray. I'm not surprised that one of Kyler Murray's favorite, or I'm not surprised that one of Caleb Williams' favorite players is Aaron Rodgers. I think he plays like him. I think Caleb and Aaron are really similar. When I watch them play, I see a guy that plays like Aaron Rodgers. Lightning release, scan the field, hold onto the ball for forever. Like, I watch or wait for that home run play. And once he gets to the NFL level, I expect that we'll see just that little bit more like quick stuff. No, I catch you, Austin. That's great. I'll catch you later when you watch the VOD. Thinking about you. Hope you're having a great time at the Hawks game. Anyways, when I look at Rodgers and then when I look at Herbert, the problem is Rodgers was my... Y'all, I'm a Bears fan and a young Bears fan. Is it really going to surprise anybody when I tell you Rodgers is my first great quarterback love? Like, Aaron Rodgers is the guy. Aaron Rodgers was a magician. He did things nobody should be able to do with a football, and I hated every second of it. But that didn't make it not fun to watch, right? Just and watching him do that to the Cowboys, watching him do that to plenty of other teams, like Aaron Rodgers plays such a fun brand of football. Such a fun brand of football. And I can't help but look at this plucky kid from California, similar story, that nobody seems to like, right? And I think to myself, well, nobody really liked Rodgers either. Part of the running story was that his own family didn't like him. Like, man, I'm there, Pravat. Like, it's the truth, Pravat. I mean, at least when I see Caleb, I can't help but wonder to myself and wonder. I mean, hey, this is how all GMs get burned, and I am kind of glad it's not my decision, right? Because if it was my decision, it'd have to have my name on it, and it's a scary thing, isn't it? Like, I don't blame anybody out here for being scared. I don't blame anybody for looking at the Bears situation and for worrying that they're not going to get it right. They stand on the edge of something great, maybe, or colossal failure. Maybe they're all secretly colossal failure. That would be very Bears, but I don't think so, right? And wouldn't it be, Chris, wild and weirdly human? Maybe I'm doing too much philosophy, Chris, but like, wouldn't it be so funny for the Bears to go through an Aaron Rodgers arc while the Packers go through whatever the Packers go through with Jordan Love, and the shoe become on the other foot, where now it's a Bears quarterback that everybody loves and then everybody hates, and then everybody loves, then everybody hates. Because Caleb would be the kind of guy who would act out. He'd make himself a problem. He'd win some games and he'd work anything out. Or like he'd win some games and then everybody would love him anyways. He'd make that signature. It's so bizarre because you watch Caleb Williams and you see the same Rodgers roll out to the sidelines and like rip the ball down it. I mean, it's bleh. It'd be crazy. But that's all theory. For me, Phantom, you asked this question early, then we'll get back to some Bears type. It's about time, don't you think? Um, but so the I look at these last two games and I think if the Bears win them, for better or for worse, ownership will care, right? Um, if the Bears win one of them, I don't know what happens. If the Bears lose both, it's over and we're starting over. But I'm really interested to know what happens in that one scenario, especially since I think losing both of these games is very on the table, meaning they'll probably win one and they'll probably lose one. Does that mean that they're going to win against Atlanta and lose in Lambeau? Well, that would be the most normal way, right? But I could easily see them spin it the other way. I could easily see them lose to this Falcons team this week and then turn around and beat a Green Bay team that's sliding right now. I mean, they almost lost to the Panthers, for crying out loud. But so we'll see what happens. Wouldn't it be like Christopher? It'd be nice to be in that situation for once instead of wondering, do we have a franchise quarterback? It sure doesn't help anything, Christopher, that franchise quarterback definition is kind of always changing, right? And I'm with you, Phantom, that I would also have to see them winning in Green Bay to believe it. But this Bears team is playing well at the right time. I mean, the other thing that gets annoying about this conversation is that this is a Bears team that, dare I say, deserved a win in Cleveland. They just didn't win it. Like, yeah, you're telling me, Akusai, that's how it feels sometimes. But so, we'll see. Let's see. Are you a bad Bears fan for wanting us to lose out? I don't think that there's any way to be a bad Bears fan right now, to be honest with you. If you are one of plenty other people, that's the other thing, Starview. So Starview mentions Caleb is a rebel, another Cutler. Show of hands. If Caleb Williams was a modern Jay Cutler, is that a bad thing? Like, is adding Jay to a team that then adds like a Malik Neighbors, etc., like problematic, especially if he's a faster Cutler, right? Because Starview, I actually don't disagree with you that there's always the chance that he becomes Cutler-ish, right? And I think that there are a lot of people that would just like thumbs that up immediately. And so Tumultuous, you mentioned that's not an upgrade for on Fields and what you would get for the pick. I do think it gets complicated with Fields. The other thing, all right, so this time we will pivot back to this. So let's see. There it is. Because my stupid thing isn't working. All right, so here's one problem, because I hear a lot of people talk about this. Okay, so let's go draft picks, right? Okay, so we've got 2024. We got 2025. We got 2026. And how am I going to do this? No. Okay. Got to start over. Follow me on this, everybody. Follow me on this. All right. So 24, 25, 26. And then this is the x-axis. Okay. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. What I'm about to draw is an outrageously rudimentary example of what I'm talking about. Okay? We all following? Anyways, the first rounders you take in 24, you are expecting them to be okay as rookies. Then you're expecting them to be, and then they're not even here in 25, 26. Then you were expecting them by their second year to probably be pretty good. And then you were expecting them to be great. And the hope is that they remain great. And then I'm going to put a little money sign right here, because then they get kind of expensive, right? So, rookie, pretty good. Or rookie, pretty good, great, great. It's never this simple, but just rock with me, because this is, I think, a decent way to be, I don't know, realistic. The key point that I want to make is that when you look at the apex of this team, right? So obviously you hope Darnell Wright, Montez Sweat, etc. are going to be like Bearski. We'll see, but because this may not work. The main thing I want to kind of point out is this idea that the Bears, once they actually spend all the picks that people talk about when they trade down from number one, you're going to be getting most of that value, not in 24, not in 25. In theory, your best team is probably 2026, maybe a little bit of 2025, right? But you have to also remember that there's this invisible wall right here, right? Where this moment between 25 and 26 is when, for one way or another, you have to make a decision on paying Justin Fields. And so maybe you don't. Maybe you rock with another rookie, which is totally fine. Maybe the rookie's one of these. Maybe he's one of these. It's totally possible. But and like you're saying, Akusai, it can all change in all kinds of different ways. Derek, I'm with you. Shout out to total shout out to Darnell Wright for being really solid overall as a rookie. But even him, that's his rookie circle. I'm hoping Wright gets better next year. And then I hope by year 3, Darnell Wright is flat out really good and just stays really good for quite some time, right? But Phantom, it's more to say that in the Justin Fields discussion, when people talk about Justin plus the stuff that you get, at least what I see is there's this difficult impasse coming where you defer on Justin. So now if you get these picks, you get better quicker with the 2024 stuff. 2024 gets better. 2025 gets better. 2026 gets harder. 2027 gets harder. 2028 gets harder. Just because at that point there's a little less certainty, right? With a rookie, you may not think it's the best idea, but with a rookie, all 5 of these years are cost controlled. Now, you get less picks during them because obviously you don't get a 2025 first and a 2026 first. You do still have one though. You still have a 2024 first outside of the Caleb choice or Drake. You still have a 2020 or 2025 first in general. You have a 2026 first. It's at least what I'm looking at. Because like you're saying, new poster, the trading back is always going to be more cost effective, especially when you look at just the way the modern NFL is structured. You should rarely pick. You should trade back as often as you can. How much is one player worth? Not that for the most part. But if you were going to trade back, new poster, I do think we're at the stage where you need to trade back and you need to take. My issue is that I don't like the other quarterbacks near as much as I like these top two. Like, you need to trade back and you need to pick Jalen Daniels. I just don't like it, right? Um, I don't like Jaden Daniels as much as I think plenty of others do. I don't like. I think JJ McCarthy could be kind of fun, but I think if you took him in the top 10, that somebody would visit your house and throw a brick through your window. Like, um, it's tough. Like, because I'm actually telling you, I think you have to overspend by just taking the pick. But anyways, let's see. We've already seen the Bears blow multiple 90% probabilities right. And that's the thing, Phantom. I don't think you're wrong at all. I mean, you mentioned trading back to 5 and trying to get neighbors, which is helpful, but to pair him with Fields. I mean, right now, Darnell Mooney has no production to speak of. During the early part of the year, I thought Mooney wasn't broken. Now he's broken. Is that what we want? I mean, maybe neighbors, it's better. You'd hope it's better, right? But is he trash or have we made him trash, right? Like, if you got a second receiver, is he going to be like that much more open? Probably. How much is that going to make a difference, right? But so you mentioned, like, let's see, we need to come to terms with the fact that Mooney was a Nagy creation. I thought Mooney was good last year too, personally. I mean, wide receiver 1 good? No. But like middle table wide receiver 2? Yeah, personally. Let's see. Sicko strategy, draft MHJ, do a Texans thing and trade up to 2 for Caleb. Oh, I don't think you could. Like, let's see. Mooney should benefit from a new OC for sure. And that's the thing, new poster. I mean, I'm not trying to make Mooney, I don't know, DJ Moore, right? Because that's not the point. I just don't think Mooney is nothing. I think a lot of Bears fans have made him out to be nothing in the wake of him not being outstanding. But let's see. Rimmon, a lot more confident than I was last week. Last week was, okay, we'll see. Because everybody's mentioning the Panthers, right? But so let's see. Basically, DJ Chark, which is like, what is he for? I don't know about that. But I think he can run routes really well. He's just got a teeny tiny catch radius. Let's see. Caleb, let me see. Trade back with the Cardinals and got their 16th, 35, next year's first, and you still got Williams at 2. That's hilarious. Let's see. That's the thing, Derek, because everybody's mentioning that the Carolina Panthers looked really solid last week. Oh no, the Patriots won. The moment the Patriots won, I was like, oh my gosh, it's happening. Like, now the Carolina doesn't even have to lose 2 games. They just have to lose 1. Heck yeah. So I feel pretty good. A 2-13 team playing a team that desperately needs a game for the playoffs. Yeah, like, I feel pretty great. But let's see. Scott, it was always going to be a question of whether it's the Lincoln Riley system. The good news is that this guy came from the Lincoln Riley system. Not a banner year for him, but he's had 2 years where he's got really, really solid MVP level play. But we'll see. T-Law may not play, and Jibby, you tell me that T-Law not playing is like a bad thing at this point. Because the way T-Law has been playing while he's hurt has not been positive. I'm not trying to make CJ Beathard good, right? I'm more just trying to say, if Will Levis can beat the Carolina Panthers, are we so scared that CJ Beathard can't? Right corner? I think that let's see, does he have a good eye for quarterbacks or do the best ones always play for him? Phantom, if it could be a little bit of both, I think. Looked to me like Brisker was going to kill him. Oh my gosh, Gypsy, I was wondering when somebody was going to say this. So I saw a mock draft the other day, right? It had the Bears taking Caleb at 1-1. And then down in like the 6th round, it had the Bears taking Hartman. Like Sam Hartman, the Notre Dame quarterback, for those who don't know. Um, but I could just see in my mind's eye very quickly, like if the Bears drafted Sam Hartman and he entered the or like he was a Bear the same time at like at the same time as Caleb Williams, I know there would be people. I know there would be people that would call for him to start. Like MJ50, you gotta know, and you two corner that you gotta know I'm not coming after y'all specifically. It's more like I think that there would definitely be some people that would be like, well, he just carries himself like a leader. Like he he just, he throws a really catchable football. He's experienced. Hey, let him start. And Caleb can learn behind him. Like Caleb's 21. He's got plenty of time. And Sam can operate the offense just like he did at Notre Dame. He's a leader, right? First in, last out. Exactly, corner. Gym rat kind of guy. Like, hey, just let him play. Plus, he played in the backyard of the town. The Chicago would love to see it. Like, it would be hilarious. A pro's pro. A Notre Dame second string quarterback. Seriously, Sir Lord. It'd be so funny. And Derek, I actually am going to be really interested to see what happens to Tyson Bagent, especially if the quarterback actually gets changed. Look, me personally, I'm interested to hear what you guys think, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears go for a more veteran backup with somebody or than somebody like Bagent. I like Bagent. Okay. I like Bagent. But if somebody's out there, like a Tyrod Taylor type, right? And you can add him and say to yourself, well, if Caleb gets hurt or something goes wrong, we have a veteran that's been in the league for an awfully long time and can help coach him through like everything that's going on the sidelines, et cetera, et cetera. I do wonder if they would see value in the quarterback room because if I was going to design if I was going to be, or let me see, if I was going to design a quarterback room, I would want at least one veteran voice personally. I mean, that's not me trying to take anything away from Tyson Bagent. It has nothing to do with Tyson Bagent. It has everything to do with, like Tyson just becomes kind of a casualty of the situation. That's all I'm really trying to say. Right? That's what Peterman's for. No, not bad. Like the Nathan Peterman from that veteran voice disrespect. I hear you. Like that's all I'm really trying to get at is just I tend to think that Tyson Bagent just becomes he kind of ends up a victim of the situation as much as anybody else. But let's see. Um, no joke. We should get Tyrod, start him when he inevitably. Yeah, no, that's it. That's generally how it works. It didn't work for Daniel Jones, but it worked for a lot of other people. Russ Wilson would be wild if you got Russ to pair with Caleb. That would be Jay Sanders crazy. Like maybe you could do it too. Like you get 38, 39-year-old Russell Wilson to rock in as quarterback too. I mean, then you definitely get people that would be like, he won a Super Bowl. You got to start him week 1. But that's just how people are. Like Jay Sanders, if I have learned anything in my time doing this, it's that there is literally not a single thing that everybody is going to agree on. Somehow, some way, people are going to find a way to want something that isn't the current edition. Whether that's not wanting Fields, whether that's wanting to stick with Fields, whether that's wanting to start Tyson Bagent, whether that's wanting to trade for somebody or trade Fields away so that you can build around Tyson Bagent. It's wild to me. But anyways, let's see. Hey, you never know, MJ. Maybe you could use it. Anyways, let's take a look here. We'll rip through some stuff. Looks like they're in a cover 3 look. They stick with it. What can you do, Kyler? The answer is that. That was pretty sweet. This is like the end, if memory serves. Like it's a seed, but it's a seed that doesn't really matter Whew. If the Bears trade Fields, do people think the reset is worth it? What reset specifically, Ronald? Like the tank and the full reset? Because the problem is, Ronald, that there are a lot of these tanks that are done with a bridge. Like, um, that's it, new poster. Like the moment that Tyson Bagent isn't a Bear anymore, we can eulogize him by saying he's the greatest 500 quarterback in Bears history or something, and just talk about Tyson would do that. Tyson would have gotten it. May he rest in peace. But Tyson's dad is the real why. Hey, look at this. Look at this. You guys got to call these things out. I understand I'm the film expert here, I guess, but look at Gervin winning again. The really wild part, watch this thing in slow motion and tell me Gervon Dexter looks to you like he's got some crazy technique and is like even using his leverage particularly well. No way. Like, what's wild to me about watching Dexter right now, here, he's just going to lower his shoulder check his guard, push the guard off of him, and swim his way towards the quarterback. Like, it's just it's just raw athleticism. That's all it is. He does kind of look like he's standing on his tiptoes, doesn't he? Oh yeah, he splits a double team. Well, he doesn't split the double team so much as he just goes around it, right? He gets these two and he just goes that way. He did, Chris. We actually talked about it a little earlier that he rushed from the outside and he won. I know it sounds like, look at this. There's something funny about the fact that instead of playing a true 3 deep, right? The Bears line up in mega cover 2. Mega cover 2. Nope. Mega cover 2. Yeah, it was, wasn't it, Derek? Just a big old face. Give that up. And then do they play 3 deep? No, the half ends. What's wild is that the Bears haven't even called that much cover 2 since then. It's nearly all cover 3. Here's a solid screen call. Man, they really set this thing deep. It's also wild to me how so many teams can seemingly disguise a screen better than Chicago. Because for Chicago, this stuff's just impossible. Like, everybody reads it out. But I guess that's just what happens. It's well set up, though. Boom. That guard was downhill tumultuous. I did know that, Gypsy Mike, but they didn't give him that much money comparatively. They thought he had a chance to start, and he did start. But it ended. I don't know. What sucks for Bajent is he's a UDFA. So there's no reason, like there's no explicit reason for anybody to stick with him beyond his UDFA tenure. Now that doesn't mean he won't get stuck with. I think he'll be a decent I think he'll be a really solid backup for quite a little while. I don't think he'll hold out, by the way. It's just tough because a whole lot of what let's see, I've seen that Terrell Smith would prevent getting paid here. Oh, JJ getting paid here takes. Yeah, I think that's not the case about it. Let's see. Rick Fields, because we've been in the rookie development world. That's the truth, Joe. Joe. Yes. Hang on. Joe. Whoa. I'm reeling. Joe, you just delivered me my moment of clarity because you're right. That's it. It's just a rejection of starting back over. It's as simple as, no, I have what I have. I I drive a car from 2007. What about it? It works. What do you want from me? Like, it gets me from point A to point B. I have the jersey. Like, what do you want? Why are you mad? Can't we just build around him instead? Make the team better like a normal team? Go win? Like, that's that makes so much sense. Cuz like you're saying, Scott, I want to or like end the rebuilds. The good news is that you would hope that this looks a little bit more. No, Jay Sanders, absolutely. But if I said he was a 2021 car, that doesn't work, right? Um, but it's more to say that like in because if you had a 2021, like what are you doing trading in? Like absolutely end the rebuilds. The hope is that you're building something closer to what the Seahawks did with Russell Wilson or what the Steelers did with Ben Roethlisberger. Now, you don't know until the moment that you like actually go through doing this. But that's the other thing, AC. You mentioned that you're talking about a Ferrari. I don't think a Ferrari is the best comparison here. I mean, unless you're talking about like drives really fast but breaks down all the time and needs to get serviced a lot and isn't actually that great in terms of fuel efficiency and all the other things that actually come with like the real problems with the Ferrari, right? Because then it's a decent comparison. Like there's a whole lot of things that actually make that work a little bit. Like where I actually think the Ferrari comparison isn't a bad one. Where it's like you paid a lot for this, you trade it up, you it does things that no other car can, but it also isn't maybe the best car for your situation, and that there are other options out there that are better. But let's see, if you're not wielding or winning the Super Bowl, you're building. Building is fun. I get that. Very Dodge Viper, very fast. We can only go fast. I gotcha. Let's see. I don't think Caleb Williams is a Ford Focus, but let's see. Um, oh man, is that the case, Sean? At least that's got to be medium fun. Just get her a ring instead and change her last name. It's that easy. Don't. That's what you get when you don't talk to a married man about it, right? Nice job, Gordon. Look at Gordon getting underneath this. You spry guy. Oh yeah. Boom. So, what number one pick didn't or what number one pick QB didn't anything in the NFL except Peyton Manning? So, for what it's worth, James, Jared Goff made a Super Bowl. He was a number one pick. Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl. He was a number one pick. Joe Burrow is currently relatively successful. I mean, even if we go back and we look at the ones that didn't win Super Bowls, right? Like you look at Baker Mayfield, you look at Kyler Murray, you look at a laundry list of quarterbacks. Like, what is Cam Newton bad now? Like, are we saying that Cam Newton's tenure in Carolina was poor? Do we think that I'm trying to think of some others. Honestly, a lot of them are slipping my mind. Like Andrew Luck is obviously the one that a lot of people will side with, absolutely. But it's funny looking at just all these different quarterbacks. They weren't bad quarterbacks. Like they, in many cases, they didn't win a Super Bowl. The biggest problem that a lot of these number one guys had is that they got drafted to terrible teams, and the teams weren't good enough at any point. And so the hope would be that the Bears are basically adding Caleb to a mid team that's got the arrow pointing up. And so you get a little bit of both. Like, that's at least the hope. Does that mean it's going to work? No, not necessarily. It's not a given, is all I'm trying to say. But the argument of, like, what's the last number one overall pick to do anything? Well, Miles Garrett is winning DPOY. Like, basically any position player that's picked at number one has been amazing, if memory serves. Like, and I'm with you, Starview. Chicago changes quarterbacks way too often. Like, the number one quarterbacks that were not the best player in the draft is the problem. But is that, like, just Bryce? Or is that like in this case, because that's the other thing. Like, let me see. Yeah, no, Fields doesn't suck at all. He's literally too athletic to suck. Now, there is, I think it's worth wondering what Fields is going to look like in 3 years once his body gets older, to be honest with you guys. But that's not really a problem for next year, right? It's just a question of whether if you want to think further than next year, you do not have to. Like, I am not trying to make you think any further than next year. But let's see, 3 first-round picks and a 6-7 year quarterback is disgusting. It is disgusting, Jay Sanders. Let's see, the number one quarterback versus the field argument. Tiger Woods lost the majority of tournaments he's played in because it's one versus everybody. That's an interesting way to put it, Akusai. Lamar Jackson's body is okay. He doesn't run like Fields does, and he throws a lot more, at least based on what we've seen this year. Lamar's on pace to throw for 3,700 yards, which is not the numbers that Fields has at the moment, and that's okay. I mean, they're just playing slightly different games at this point. Let's see. Tyrod Geno makes, I think, a lot of sense, Jimmy. But then what happens if the passing doesn't take a step forward? But anyways, we've got tape to break down. Let's see. For Caleb's favorite quarterback is Bears OC. I don't get to see his words. I get you. Jay Sanders, I think that's the hope. I mean, certainly that's what Fields will tell you is definitely going to happen. It's just a matter of, is it? I mean, we just don't know. In fact, history is not outstandingly kind. In many cases, by the time you get to about year 3, so the other thing to talk about this is, and this is all like, I don't want to say it's super big, but like the big thing that I've seen at least is that there's a constant race going on between the quarterback's improvement and then the defenses. The defenses are racing with quarterbacks all the time. I mean, the defenses are trying to get better than the quarterback is at playing that quarterback, right? And in year 1, 2, 3, the quarterback generally makes their biggest strides. They go from year 1 to year 2 to year 3. But by the time they get better, right? Like about year 3, the steps that they make to improve further in year 4, defenses know them well enough to account for them. And then it becomes a bit of a back and forth, right? And it's part of why you see quarterbacks generally stay playing at the same level. Are they? In many cases, they're playing much better than they were, but defenses get better at forcing them to do what they're not as good at, right? And so you end up in this constant back and forth. And in most cases, that just means that the quarterback kind of finds a play level, stays at, right? It's not that simple, Starview. It's not, in my opinion, it's not near that simple. Saying they changed quarterbacks and they didn't get any worse just means Lincoln Riley has dogs at quarterback. I mean, especially since that's what the plan has been, right? Let's see. Honestly, I just want to know if the Bears defense is going to do anything interesting or if we should just move on to the Bears offense. Is this Billings? Yeah, it's Billings. Get him, Andrew. Number 97. Derek, that's great. I love that, Phantom. Here's Kyler Gordon coming off the edge. Boom. Man, he's all over it. It would be sick, bro. It would be sick, Jeremy. Makes me sad. There's Gordon. Just cutting past his receiver, blowing him up. 3rd and 10. I think we get a stop here. Yes, Gervin. They call that a pass rush win. Look at this. You're crazy, Jibby. I also liked Gervin. I was one of the onlys. No worries, Sean. I catch you. I gotcha. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Hard step inside. It's kind of Yannick's cross chop, just a little. Start outside, cross the face, swat the hands, then just, casually bench press the guy. Boom. Swim over the top of him, and he doesn't finish it. But at that point, Kyler has to go into creation mode and takes a big hit. Oh, this is nice stuff. Man, he's just so big and strong. Kyler didn't necessarily cross him up. He just got tripped right here. You could see it on the back of his ankle. That's what I'm saying, Travis. Imagine that. That's what I thought, Derek. I had a whole bunch of stuff ready for him. I think Kyler keeps getting put in positions that are tough. Oh, look at him. You want to talk about staying alive? In terms of money, Starview, not much. Fields is still in his cheap years. The good news about Fields, so for the other thing, because there's plenty of people that don't get why you have to trade Fields for what it's worth, just to keep it in a very tiny little nutshell. So Fields has already played out year 1, year 2, year 3. He has year 4, and if the Bears want to exercise it, he'll also have year 5, right? We'll put a bubble around it. The cutoff for year 5 existing or not, this is right now. I mean, it's after the season. So if you trade him, then you offer another team the opportunity to pick up a second year of control. That makes Fields more valuable now. That's all of this is. Why do you have to trade Fields now? Well, if Fields was in year 4, there wouldn't be a reason to. If Fields was in year 2, there wouldn't be a reason to. Because he's in year 3, and because there's this kind of important decision that you have to make, you can just offload Fields and let somebody else make it. It's the Sam Darnold move. This is why they did it for Sam Darnold. Like, year 3 basically can just become a catalyst for change. But that's enough of that. It's more to just to point out, Starview, there is a rational reason. Like, in theory, if you traded Justin Fields, if you picked up the 5th-year option and you traded Justin Fields and you traded Justin Fields after next year, right? Tyler, I think they're going to tag Jalen Johnson and everybody could use it. But so Akusa, that's the thing, right? I've seen a lot of people say, oh, it'd be ridiculous for the Bears to get a first for Justin Fields. Sam Darnold picked up a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th. Quarterbacks are valuable. Like, if at least you got a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th, oh my gosh, that'd be sick. That'd be great. But if you got a first, even if it's a future first, we're kind of cooking. Like, we're talking about something here. But so, anyways, all this to say that if you picked up the year or the 5th-year option, Starview, and then you traded Justin after next year, you might be able to give him away for a 5th-round pick. Not because Justin would be bad. Like, maybe you get a 3rd, right? But you end up in this situation. Let's see. So I'm saying every 3 years, the Bears going for a quarterback and reset. Ronald, it worked out in this case that's sort of where we're at, but they certainly stuck with Mitch. I think they stuck with Mitch for a year too long, personally. And in this case, I mean, yeah, if your quarterback's not playing well, I do think you kind of have to start over. But whatever we do, I want to fleece a team. Jay Sanders, I'm right there with you. I want to fleece a team too. And that's the other thing, Jay Sanders. You mentioned Shannon Sharp says that Justin's worth a first. I think that there are a lot of evaluators out there that do think so. I mean, we've all seen the flashes. The flashes have plenty of people still sold. Like, that's good. I'm so glad that not everybody in this chat unanimously agrees that Justin's road is over here. Because if they did, he would not be worth anything on the trade market. Right? And if you can get a first round pick, oh man, that'd be sick. What teams would trade a late first for Fields that don't already have a quarterback? Um, I think that there's some options. Maybe so. I don't think the Raiders would trade their first, or at least they sure tried not to. I think Atlanta would be in the conversation. I think that the Raiders might be interested. I mean, it's worth remembering that at both Atlanta and the Raiders have ex Bears staffers from when you drafted Fields. And then the Steelers are in a bit of a quarterback predicament, and who's to say what you're going to get for him? Like it's always possible. But Jimmy, that's the thing. I mean, we'll see what happens, but it's worth remembering that like Fields is unequivocally on the up, right? I mean, I'm just saying, everybody can see he's improving. The question is he improving enough, right? But you still get the Gumby like athleticism. You still get the crazy athleticism, especially for a couple of years. Most of the teams that would be trying to trade for Fields would probably be trying to trade for these 2 years, and that's good. Like that works for us. That works for Fields in most of those cases. But we'll see what happens. I mean, let's see. Me personally, Derek, I don't think I want Mike Tomlin. Not because I hate Mike Tomlin, right? I like Mike Tomlin, but trading Fields for Tomlin would bum me out. Reinhardt, how you doing? Another thing worth talking about here is that there are a lot of people that get really hooked on coaches that take a bad team and make them mid. But I do start to wonder whether taking a good team and making them great is harder than taking a bad team and making them mid, right? Like, um, but so let's, I don't know. It's with Tomlin, he's somebody that I could rally around. There are a lot of coaches that I could rally around, and I would have no real problem with it. I mean, yo, I cover the Bears. There's only so much that I'm actually going to get upset at most moves. I think you guys have figured that out by now. I may whine about some of them, but I'm just not as young as I used to be. I don't have the passion to hate the moves. I could tell you that's not what I would have done, but let's see if it works, like with Brisker, right? But that's about as far as I'm going to go in most cases. And now Brisker looks like a solid strong safety and is getting a lot more box value than I expected. Let's see. The only move I hate is using the one on MHJ. I agree with you. The good news is, Joe, that's just not going to happen. I mean, hey, maybe it does. And we circle back on this stream and we say, wow, Robert, you got that one wrong. And it's possible, but I doubt it. You know, like there's just too much opportunity to use it or to use number one on a wide receiver. But anyways, let's talk some Bears offense. And then I got one more game that we can peruse through a little bit. But trust me, if we're going to go through it, you guys are going to have to give me a hall pass for a very weird point that I wanted to make just as sort of an eye tuning. But we're going to get there later. Bears offense. Let's see. How often does Chicago get the number one overall pick? Sure, we could get a haul, but we need a quarterback. Yeah. I think Flus will be back, considering how well Poles draft picks are playing under him and Flus. Travis, I don't think it's impossible. Let's see. I'm extremely worried that by winning this game, we're going to pick number 2. What do you mean, Reinhardt? Oh, you mean that we'd seal the division? So the good news is, Reinhardt, we lose this game. Not we. The Jaguars win their game. We're done. You pick him one. Let's see. Without Mayor Williams in the draft, what would the Bears do? Honestly, Tyler, that just gets so funky to talk about because it's a good question. What without the 2 best quarterbacks, what would the Bears do? Right? Well, the quarterback class would be a lot worse in that case. You'd have Jalen Daniels and a bunch of guys that may or may not actually declare. Shadur Sanders should go back. Like, I don't think he's declared. Quinn Ewers is probably going back. JJ McCarthy is probably going back. Like, I guess you'd get Jaden Daniels, but that's it. Like, at that point, the class has just completely changed. Yeah, I guess you stick with Fields because you have to. Like, I would tell you with a straight face, Tyler, without Mayor Williams in the draft, I would still want the Bears to bring in. I would still want the Bears to bring in competition. Like AC, you mentioned Bo. Bo Nix, come on, guys. Like, he's fine, right? If you're looking for a Kenny Pickett type. But for all I care, you could sign Gardner Minshew and get maybe not the same player, but a similar player that's got NFL experience. And it's not the world's greatest formula. I get that, right? But I do think that going into year 4, especially if you traded the number 1 overall pick, you have to have at least a decent competition point for Fields. But like you're saying, Phantom, if you're drafting a quarterback, I don't think you can settle personally. But Jeremy, what did I say? I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't be disrespectful, Jake. For what it's worth, my honest. So I'll answer this one more time. We'll get into the film. Jake, I think now that you ask it that way, right? Like, I think that the Bears are going to draft a quarterback. I don't know which one they're going to draft, right? But especially if the Bears land the number 1 overall pick, I think they're going to take a quarterback. They didn't take a quarterback last year. They surrounded the team, or they surrounded the quarterback position with young talent. They have the opportunity to add more talent and then develop a rookie. And moreover, the rookie that they get basically gives a lot of them a contract extension. It's the easiest option. You could almost call it the coward's way out. It's not a brave thing to do. It would be a brave thing to stick with Justin Fields because the media is not going to applaud for you if you take a quarterback at number 1. But it won't surprise me if that's what I would expect the Bears to do, unless Justin plays in such a way that he's absolutely untradeable and you have to stick with him, just because that's how people stay getting paid. But that's what I think is going to happen. I would be pretty blown away because, in my opinion, the moment that Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, Kevin Warren, but probably not Kevin, but everybody in the building sticks with Fields 2 years in a row, you have to be right. Whereas if you pick Caleb Williams and he doesn't work out, you go, shucks, oh no, dang nabbit, bummer, and people just work around the next guy, right? And that's the thing, Akusai. I think that Fields could probably run and throw combined for 10 touchdowns over the next 2 games, and all you did was spike himself into a first-round scenario. I mean, it's just easy. It would be such an easy managerial thing to do. Like you're talking about Reinhardt. Pace picked Mitch. Everybody assumes that by picking a quarterback high, you're tied to him. You're not 100% tied to him. And that's the thing, Scott. You mentioned the same media that wanted to fire Lovey want to get rid of Justin. The huge difference is that Lovey had gone to a Super Bowl and Justin hasn't thrown for 3,000 yards. And he's not really on pace to either. Like, let me see. Nick Cassiero just extended his shelf life by drafting CJ Stroud. Absolutely. I mean, Phantom, it takes trading up for Bryce Young. The other thing, Phantom. Alternate universe where the Panthers had the number 1 pick the whole time and they draft Bryce Young. Are they even getting skewered that badly? If they have Bryce Young and he's not playing well, but you have DJ Moore and you have a future number 1 overall pick. Not really. Like, people would probably be treating him like Lawrence, wouldn't they? Like, even if he was bad, even if he was verifiably bad, people would go, maybe he'll turn it around. He was so good at Alabama. People give you all kinds of time, unless you trade up. Because when you trade up, exactly, Jibby. When you trade up, then you have to be right very quickly. But so that's true, Reinhardt. You might Rose and Bryce Young. You might trade Bryce for what you could, work from there. But let's see. I think Travis, he probably would be better with more. I mean, when I watch Bryce Young, I don't know. I don't think he's been good. But I do see some anticipatory stuff that's really neat. Anyways, let's see. I do think, for what it's worth, Scott and Starview, etc., that there's this attitude right now, because I've seen this a lot, right? Where people go, yeah, the same people that wanted to get rid of this person, they want to get rid of Fields now. And it's like, the problem that I'm having, man, is I don't think I see the issue with saying, can't the quarterback play better? Right? And especially given that there's this nearly fantastical option to just pick at number one. Like, why would you turn away from that? Realistically, why would you turn away from that? Like, if this was a storybook or if this was a playground and you drafted Fields and you decided you were going to stick with him, I get it. But the Bears don't get bonus wins for sticking with Justin Fields. Not necessarily, especially in a world where you have to pay people. And I think Justin deserves to get paid. I mean, it it makes sense. Why would you want the same people that love Fields also seem like they actually want to pick up his fifth year option, not give him an extension, and tag him at the end of his fifth year because they know he's not worth 40, 45, 50, like $50 million, right? At least not with the way that he's played right now. And I totally get where you're coming from. Like, I really do. But I just I kind of think we know. Like, let's see, you don't take quarterback because you also need wide receiver and edge. That's the thing, though, new poster. You do need wide receiver and edge. You've got a weirdly good free agent edge class right now. And then you've got a second pick to deal with your wide receiver problems. I mean, it it's kind of all falling into place. And even weirder, new poster, you would have me on the edge part if they hadn't traded for Montez Sweat, but they did. And it's like, whoa, what happened here? I mean, suddenly the edge just shifted into hyperdrive. Like, it is as if all the eggs got laid in the nest nearly perfectly at this point. But uh Eric, at least from what I've seen, free agents classes normally don't have any edge rushers at all. But you've got a decent shot at like Daniil Hunter, some solid three techniques, and Bryce Huff, among a couple of other guys, where you can actually sign an edge that might actually help you more than Yannick Ngakoue, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's the thing, Reinhardt. You're not getting a good free agent edge, and the wide receivers after Neighbors are a huge drop off. Man, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, it's let's see, the 49ers. We get our guy for one pick and just use all the other assets. Yeah, exactly. Like, and Eric, it is very rare they hit free agency, but it's just weird that you get these options at this point. One more cheap season with JF1. That's the thing, Starview. We probably are, but how high a bar is that anymore? Right, Starview? Like, here's the problem. Okay, Starview. I think you would probably agree that the Bears are a couple moves away from being the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys are a couple moves away from beating the San Francisco 49ers. Like, the biggest issue that we're having at this point is the Bears could change nearly nothing. And they could with a coaching by making coaching better and the team getting a year older, they could easily make a run at the playoffs next year. But what does being a 5, 6 or 7 seed really prove? The Vikings are still not out of the race for the 7th seed. Do you think they're good? Right? The Packers are still in the thick of the race for the 7th seed. Do you think they're good? Like, it's the Seahawks. Is being the Seahawks the goal? I mean, obviously we want to win a Super Bowl, right? But even the Rams and the Bengals are really struggling to get back. Now, they won one. When you win one, do whatever you want, right? But I mean, T3, JF1's going to be asking for near top dollar anyways. Like, he's going to want the Daniel Jones money at least. And like you're saying, plenty of teams are great with so-so quarterback play. New poster, you're totally right. The problem is, or not problem, those same teams keep taking swings. So I'm down to keep taking swings. I mean, I'll get behind Bo Nix if I have to, right? But I think that you have to. I don't think that it leads. Let me put it this way, new poster. If you told me that trading down from number one was, in your opinion, the best option, I'm not going to fight you on it. There's insane value play there. I don't think blindly sticking with Fields is the answer. I'm really struggling to see that as the answer. I think you have to add quarterbacks. Like, I don't think you can just rock with Justin Fields and Tyson Bagent and call it a day at this point. And that's the thing, James. He should get it. I don't think he's in a position for the Bears to be that spot. Like, the Bears have better options, to be honest with you. But let's go through that, right? First play of the game, I think, is a run, and it is. The Bears just outduted guys, and it's awesome. I'll need to watch him, Haplo. The big problem is his age. I was about to bring up his age. Like, there's a sense for this is kind of how good he is. Does Bedard win it in OT demo? That's awesome. Austin Cole, when you watch this, like, that must have been sick. Look at these guys. The problem is, James, that at this point, nearly any, I don't know. James, do you believe in statistics? Like, it doesn't, I don't really care which statistic you like. Air net yards, what is this? Like, air net yards per attempt, EPA per play, completion percentage over expectation, PFF grade. I don't, quarterback rating, like, any statistic that you like, right? I just, more than anything, I look at those, like Caleb and JF1 are not the same age. I don't know who told you that, T3, but Justin Fields is 24. Caleb is 21. I think he's going to be 22. But let's see. Carrying a team and system, like, not at all. Caleb is definitely, let me see. It's all to say, let me see. Who was it? James Jones. That's the thing. I don't need you to be a statistics lover because I don't think that the tape is kind to Justin either. Like, I think Justin could theoretically get better, but the really scary part about Justin Fields, hey, John, Don, I swear, it feels like 70% of the time you jump in when we start doing the offense. And generally when we start doing the offense is like the same time as when I start saying something that's like metered, if not a little bit of a bummer. And I always go, Donald jumped in now. But so the trouble is that Justin seems like he's got this issue, right? Everybody's seen it where you'll get an open receiver right here. And then Justin will see him and he just won't throw the ball, right? And there's this easy misnomer, I think, mentally, where where you go, well, we can fix that. And I mean, we haven't yet. and Jay Sanders, I think the Bears have tried to care about quarterback development. I also think Jay Sanders, for what it's worth, that there's this there's one other misnomer here. Nice job. Like, he's reading this linebacker. That's all this is, right? Snap. If he goes, throw to DJ. If he doesn't, hit the flat. Boom. Phantom, I think it's a little coaching, but, like, to be honest with you, Phantom, I think that the NFL is just incredibly hard. Like, what I've talked about before is the NFL is, let me see, AC. What are we talking about? But so I think that the NFL is outstandingly hard, unfairly hard, to be honest with you. And AC, part of me wants to just go through the film because I think there's some really good examples in here of what we're talking about. Like, for instance, let me see. Can I find it? Can I just find it on the spot? I doubt it. No, that's not it. Give me a moment, everybody. Honestly, we're probably just going to have to go through the game. There's enough in there. But so anyways, the problem for me is that the NFL is just outstandingly hard. In the NFL being outstandingly hard, you basically have to be able to process information so outrageously fast, just like Jay Sanders is saying. Like, DBs are so quick and athletic, and beyond that, because you mentioned Phantom, is it simply coaching? I don't think so. I think it's as much like player tendencies. I mean, Fields, for instance, here, he knows he can throw it right as the DB's crossing his face, etc. Let's see. Do we think that they would be able to support a third receiver? I think Tyler, it's possible, but the problem is that when people ask me that question for what it's worth, Tyler, they say, "Do you think Caleb or May, if we had them this year, would be able to support a third receiver?" And most people mean rookie version. I don't know. In 3 years, yeah, sure, you'd hope so, right? T3 question: do other fans overcorrect their quarterbacks like this? Actually, T3, yes. I remember for some reason I had a ball following Raiders fans killing Derek Carr like for years in Oakland. Anybody who doesn't and I've seen tons of Green Bay fans blame Rodgers for nearly everything. Like for years. Once Green Bay decided, AC, we're getting there, I promise. I'm so sorry. Um once Green Bay fans decided they didn't like Rodgers, everything was Rodgers' fault. And you saw something similar in Seattle, where like that's the thing, Jay Sanders, exactly like you're saying. I mean, everybody just obsessively overcorrects their quarterback. I mean, obsessively. And that's the thing. I'm trying to get better. I promise. Like, I at least want to try to learn. Like, I promise that if I make a mistake, I am going to attempt to do better. And one of those things is acknowledging that the quarterback is not going to hit everything, right? They're just not going to. Nor do they have to make everything perfect. Very few guys. Very few guys. Like, exactly, Jay Sanders. Detroit fans were talking about benching Goff after they lost to the Bears. It's wild. Like the way fans react about their quarterback, especially if because Jay Sanders, you mentioned let's see, question, is number one pick with a reset. We I've kind of loosely answered that so many times that I can't do that on a film review. There's going to be a podcast. There's going to be an off-season stream where we can kind of talk about that. And James, you mentioned, but that's exactly what we're doing. The problem is that this same quarterback problem is what leads you to lose games like Cleveland, to lose games like Denver. How does that fumble happen? Like it's so like that fumble against Denver is brutal. And it's not as if Fields was the problem against the Browns. That's the worst example, to be honest with you, because Fields' weapons weren't healthy. And so in the world of Fields not being a superstar quarterback, but just being a quarterback that leans on his offense, well, that's actually a fair thing. Like saying that the offense scored 3 points, sure, it's not good for Fields, right? But it's not good for the Bears offense either. And the Bears offense was outgunned on that day. So that becomes partially a Getsy problem and partially like a offensive line issue and partially a weapons problem. Everybody gets to share the blame. But the Denver game was wild because I still don't know how that mistake happened. Like coming out of a rollout, deciding to try to throw it, giving up a fumble, allowing them to score, throwing an interception at the end. That's brutal. Like it's obviously there's a defense that allowed, what was it, 24 points? Like aside from that, not good, but it's just not that simple, right? Well, it's not as simple as to me. The biggest problem we've seen with Fields, like that's the thing. I bet they're freaking out. The biggest problem we've seen with Fields, can't believe I got this. Like is, how does this keep happening? Fourth quarter, all we're doing is running to the corner. You tell me if my eyes are nuts. But like all Herbert's doing is running to the corner. He even looks at the defender, spots up where he is, and then sights back as he fades away from the defender. And the ball drops into the defender's hands. Boom. Good read, bad throw. Mechanical issue. Which, hey, I'll take the mechanical issues. But also, it's near the end of year 3. And in this setting, you could have just taken 3 knees. Like the play before, if everybody remembered. Like the play before, he brought us into field goal range. The play's really ugly. Like, not from Fields' perspective. Like, they do a dagger where you're going to get the main dagger action that happens right here. And when they do, Mooney cuts in and unintentionally just runs straight into his own defender that kills his momentum. If this guy's just a little further back, Mooney crosses his face, Fields makes the throw, but he literally bumps into him. Like, and so once he does, there's just nothing there. Maybe you could say he should throw to Tyler Scott. Why throw to Tyler Scott when you are a super athlete? Look at this again. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. When people say Justin Fields is amazing and you watch a play like this, yeah, I get it. Like, this is the NFL level and he just cruises through. Like, he cruises through 3 defenders. Boom, boom, boom. Sprints downhill. So good. So pretty. Outstanding athlete. I mean, goodness. Boom. But if on the next play, because I understand exactly what you're talking about. Like T3, where you say, yeah, but isn't he tired? And I would look back and I would say, yeah, but if our running quarterback being tired is why we can't push a ball to the pylon. Now, granted, I think he just throws to the wrong spot. Like, I think he wants Herbert to run and basically drift, like, not like that. Let me see if I can draw it better. Drift that way, like curl a little bit. Whereas Herbert wants to just fade that way. Miscommunications like this seem to happen a lot, right? But if you're going to tell me that Fields is so tired from the latest run that he leaves the ball too shallow, like, I can't help but think that's not good, right? that doesn't play into a positive argument, right? That, because that just means, oh, good. Now if Fields runs the ball, then we can't pass it on the next play, right? But maybe you got to call a timeout. Maybe you want to give him a breather. All of that's possible. But also, like, y'all, I'm from this spot on first down. You could line up in field goal formation. You could kick. And if you remember, like, oh man, terrible kick drawing. Boom. There's our kick. If you remember, the game would be over, right? Like, because I'm with you, Donald, but I'm more saying the moment you got to this, like, you kick, it's a 3-score lead, the game is over, right? But instead, the moment that we throw this interception, we open the game right back up. Game over? Not anymore, right? And I can't help but think, let me see, if quarterback runs 40 yards, unless you're in hurry up, you can expect a run play. In this case, not so much, I guess. Like, and that's the thing. Like, Purdy threw 4 picks. Absolutely. Purdy's also leading the league in every relevant quarterback statistic. I mean, we can agree that they're at least a little different, right? Like, I promise, T3, maybe I don't say this enough. I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who's been defending Fields' development for 2 years. I don't see enough of a difference here in year 3. Before the season, I watched all of Fields' 2022 games again, like a second time, around July. And I didn't post anything about it because I kept finding these issues. Like, anticipation problems, not throwing to the guy that is open. And I remember we said, yeah, but when Justin gets weapons that get open for him, he's going to hit the throws. In here, you could even argue he gets 2. Like, okay, so we don't like Herbert. Maybe we don't want to throw to Herbert. He is open for what it's worth. This post is wide open. Like, we could throw this too if we wanted to. And do we like Jalen Hurts, T3? Because that's the other thing. What doesn't help anything, T3, for this is there are all kinds of quarterbacks across the NFL. It's not a good year for quarterbacks. And so that doesn't mean that it's going to be a bad year for future quarterbacks. It doesn't mean that these quarterbacks aren't going to get better, right? But it does mean that, like you're saying, if you're talking about Jalen Hurts, etc., he's not been great either. But he has been better, at least from what we've seen so far. Let's see. And that's the other thing. Like, I actually don't know about that star view, but I'm picking on one play. There's actually it's not all like this. There are some amazing plays in this game because Fields is amazing. Like what Fields is a walking spectacle. The things he does at the quarterback position are mind blowing. I mean, why wouldn't they be? Right? These plays feel a little few and far between. Doesn't help anything that I think the footwork is really screwy, right? But that's the other thing, Donald. Like when we get a called play open, especially when it's like a 25-yard ball. I mean, Donald, you and we're going to struggle to throw the football 25 yards. I am. Maybe you're not. You would hope your NFL quarterback in the best shape of his life doesn't necessarily need like, let's drop players, 6 teams in his career. What? Let me see. T3, what do you mean? Anyways, so anyways, let's see. It does. Here, Nate Davis gets stacked up a little bit. Davis had an okay game, but he's kind of in the same position as plenty of others, where I was expecting Davis to really rebound a little bit against a not very good Arizona team, and he didn't. Davis looked very similar to what he's looked like all season, which I did not see as a positive. I mean, we're hoping that obviously he rebounds after another offseason where hopefully things in his personal life don't go, or he doesn't go through near as, everything else that he did. Obviously lost a family member coming into this offseason, but at least so far, it hasn't been that phenomenal, right? This throw obviously doesn't go well, but I will tell you that in my opinion, I actually think that this is a separate issue, right? Okay. Okay. This is where I get to be fair, right? So there are going to be a lot of people right now because, okay, so it has become equally popular to go after Fields and also like let's see let me see. So the DB made a hell of a play, O'Shea. You're right. But the problem is, okay, so if this is the end zone right here, the problem is that Fields put the ball here. He needs to put it there. So while it is an underthrow, you have to remember that the angle the ball is coming in at, I think he just threw to the wrong spot, is basically what I'm thinking, or at least what I see, right? Maybe it's a miss. People are allowed to miss, especially since when Fields opens up to his left. So when Fields starts here and then opens up this way, he has a tendency for his left leg to kick too far out, and therefore he'll throw it further to his left than he intended. It happens a lot, right? And that's the thing. Like him being gassed, totally possible. DB making a great play, absolutely. But it does feel, doesn't it, like we are reaching for a reason that it happened instead of saying touchdown Bears. And that's what bums me out. That's a touchdown pass, right? We like it when our offense creates us a touchdown pass. Why did we throw an interception on an open touchdown pass? That's really all I want to know, especially because, like, we had 8 touchdowns in a game, and now how many? I can't remember how many we have now. It's frankly not the point. So we're gonna leave off of that because I think he had 2 in this game. But anyways, so there are plenty of people that are going to look at this play and they're going to say Fields is late, right? Let's take a look on when Fields throws. Well after the break. Well after the break, right? So is Fields late? In my opinion, I have a huge issue with the footwork on a play like this. If we're going to run Cole Kmet on a 2-yard quick out, why are we taking a full 3-step drop, right? Pop, bang, bang. Like, why are we going 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Like, we should catch this, in my opinion anyways, we should do that to a 1-step. Like, it's basically just a shuffle, right? You catch it, you shuffle, and then you throw it immediately. But because we take a full drop, right? We are way late. DB makes a hell of a play. But we never do a one-step drop. It's always got to be a three-step drop. And in my opinion here, we just get the depth massively wrong. Massively wrong. Like the route's got to be deeper, or the like either the route's got to be deeper or the footwork's got to be different, in my opinion. And while we're going to always follow the 40-40 rule, like I'm going to put this 60% on Getsy because I would argue that this is just really badly done. Like this is not good offense, and the DB makes a nice play on it. But so that's an issue. Bearski, what do you mean about let me see. You're totally right. It's one throw. But it factors into a bigger picture. I wish I was just talking about one throw. If I was talking about one throw, Bearski, I promise I would be on the Fields train. But it's like 9 to 10 throws that don't get made, and then we make one and it goes awry. But that's just at least what I see. Let me see. But he doesn't get it because it's his natural footwork. Let's see. What's a low bar? I don't see anything this season that could be pinned on Fields. He's not the only piece holding us back, and there's clear improvement in many places. Let's see. Look at the jump the DB had. I wouldn't even throw that. You have to throw it, Jay Sanders, because you're just late. And like you're saying, Evan, there's like no timing throws that this offense has in it. So this play is wild. Look at the pocket on this. You can count to 6. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, bang. Then we get the ball out. And bada boom. Nice job, Cole. Now, I would love to know what a quarterback's coach would think about this moment right here. Just because Velus is not open. Velus isn't open. But I would imagine, and I'm no play design specialist, that when you designed this, you had Mooney going that way, and you had Velus cornering to try to create a high-low, right? Like, I would imagine that you did this to bite this corner. And the moment you get this safety, like, looking that way, and Mooney pushing this way, wouldn't you envision a throw here? But also, that's hella far. We're happy if we make this throw. If we don't make this throw, so be it. More in the world of the All-22, this surprised me when I saw what looks to me like a really well-designed cover 3 beater, right? But we don't throw it. DB closes on it. It doesn't help anything that we don't adjust to it, right? Like, you would almost wonder if with this DB sitting over the top, maybe we angle this thing out this way, like a side adjust, but we never do side adjusts. Or like we never do side adjusts in this offense. So that's another fun little Getsyism. But the offensive line does a phenomenal job, and then Kmet goes and makes a play. Kmet kind of balling lately. Like, Kmet's taken a lot of Kmet has been a lightning rod for criticism over the years, but man, did this guy have a day. He's been having a couple days. Nice adjustment. Great catch. Sorry about you, 34. Boom. So much fun. You tell me if you saw what I see. Fields runs. Solid gain. Now, I don't care that much. I don't care that much. But when I watch this play, I see flat curl, flat curl. And when Fields works to DJ Moore, he sees an underneath zone defender. Can't throw here, right? Fields works back across the field. We are open, aren't we? Like, it's not that big a deal, because while this guy's sitting here and Robert's sitting here saying, can't we throw to him? And then like Mooney goes up the side, or like basically gets cut down right there. So it'd be what, a gain of, I mean, How much can I really whine over a loss of 7 yards? Who cares, right? It's more the process part. Like, why don't we throw this ball? And then when we run it, why are we looking down the field? Like, I appreciate now that we're looking for Mooney, but once we make the a decision to run, we're one of the best runners in football. Like, we can't we just decide to go and then pick up more yards? I don't know. That's the thing. Maybe I'm the problem here. I would totally accept that I'm the problem. But if you told me that Fields nearly stopped scrambling to throw and just like or he stopped scrambling to throw and said, "Man, I'm the best runner in ball. I'm just gonna go." Like I, I think Mooney or I think Fields beats this guy to the spot. Like if he just rips right there, Fields has gas. Like Fields can run like a maniac. 3 yards for Justin Fields running. It's just such a funny conundrum where I sit there and I'm like, if you want to be the passing quarterback, I have to grade you like the passing quarterback. If you want to be the running quarterback, like I if you want to be a running quarterback, I want you to run more. And I end up caught in the middle, right? Um and yeah, Komet being DNP doesn't help. Next play, toss run. Good job, Khalil. This is old school, like Khalil Herbert, isn't it? When does he get contacted? There, just battles through it, picks up more yards. I feel like Khalil Herbert is the human pinball, I swear. Like, Braxton eats it right here, and he just steps over him, eats contact, keeps them legs churning, and picks up a first down. I love it. I love it. That's the thing, new poster. I'm actually getting there. Like, I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, if Fields wanted to go 1, 2, go, and just ran, picked up 100, aimed to pick up 135 yards on the ground a game. Okay. maybe it's not my preferred method of quarterback, but you know what? All right. You know what I mean? Like, at least you can understand that okay, we're going to win this way. It's getting caught for both, right? And I'm with you. I think that that's a great way to put it. The best scrambler in football. Frankly, I think he should do more to make defenses honestly like stop him. And David, Albono, Bearski, I'm not trying to say it would last long. That's part of the problem. Like, if we're trying to push Fields, like, are we the issue being square peg round hole about trying to push Fields into sustainable pocket passing? I don't know that he can do it. I mean, and I say that as a massive Fields homer. At least I was, right? Like, we are looking at a few too many basic pocket passes that I don't know if he makes. But if we wanted to lean on his running, we can do that too. Like, let's just build our pockets, like build our protections around taking contain away and then scramble off it. Because there's a ton of stuff we can do when Fields is on the move. But I don't know. Let's see. And that's the other thing, O'Shea, right? Like, Bajik came in like a confident rookie, right? And then he threw a couple picks and he got freaked out because when you do that, right? Like or when you throw a bunch of picks, like you get scared. And it sure looked like Bajik got scared in that Carolina game. But so let's see. Jay Sanders, you mentioned Justin would be the scapegoat. Does Getsy stick around? No, I don't think so. I think Getsy I think Getsy goes with the ship, personally. I also really hate these rollouts. I mean, like, they're just not they're not doing what I think the offense theoretically wants them to do. Either that or these teams are watching for them. Could be a combination of both. But I swear they run a rollout on like second down in the end zone nearly every drive or so, and they are getting nothing out of these things. He's a different new age quarterback. Has to be eased into pocket passing. Guess he didn't do any easing. I'm trying to figure out six what. Six exact. The way they progressed, Lamar is a pocket passer. The Ravens did it the right way. They progressed as Lamar progressed. Their offense 2 years ago is not the same offense today. We haven't developed anything. I don't know if Greg Roman did much developing, to be honest with you. Like, let's see. I wanted to draft Justin Fields, James. I just thought that you could change a lot of this. I thought that you could gas up a lot of Fields' pocket passing. For instance, to use an example, let's see. No, there's really nothing there. This is the Kmet problem, where like on this play, Kmet's gonna go run like the super curl or whatever. Boom. And not only is he covered there, but he doesn't separate. Ends up sacked. But Kmet draws defensive holding. So we're back, baby. We looked left. We didn't like it. We get sacked. I'm really curious to know whether Fields had the green light to throw the post here. Like, 80 kind of vaguely gets open. I mean, this corner's not watching. This corner's not watching. I've seen all kinds of NFL quarterbacks throw that, but he doesn't look that far. He seems like he's looking at this safety. So, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Bajan threw a ton of picks. Because that's the thing. Not throwing the ball doesn't move the ball down the field, but you can throw a bunch of picks. I don't know who 80 is. I really don't. But so it looks to me like this is just a broken play. I wouldn't pin this on him at the very least. Because Kmet's supposed to separate. They draw a hold. Next up, 1st and 3. Justin doing what Justin does. How easy is that, right? Bada boom. Let's see. Michael, how you doing? What's going on? But so, let's see. Look at how easy it is when Justin Fields wants to do it, right? Tanyan slips through. You've got Darnell Mooney on like a windback route. You've got 2 overs just in case Justin wants him. He doesn't feel like it. Does Mooney separate? I mean, enough if you had to throw that, but why bother, right? Zoop. Easy. Let's see. Somebody mentioned pulling the ball up to avoid a strip sack. It's a nice rip. Not to mention, Mercedes Lewis just blows it. Falco, you mentioned inside blocking assignments. Only on a technicality are you wrong, because inside would imply that it's inside the tackles. So I guess here, but it's Mercedes who just gets plumb beat and holds like a maniac. Like, you get this great slow-mo right here where you can see Mercedes just, I'm just going to yank you. Yeah, all right, now you could go. Really appreciate you, Michael. Bada boom. Quick up, quick out. Couldn't be any easier. Touchdown JF1, 7-0. Why is Trent Taylor in the game? Yeah, you're telling me. Toss up the gut. You know everything's clicking. Watch Cody Whitehair. There's the snap. Cody Whitehair hits the fattest block. Like, dude just down blocks the snot out of his guy. And if you thought that was great, Robert Tonyan comes in and he says, I play tight end in the NFL, baby. And like, man, it is a 2-lane highway. Like, I mean, I'm excited about the Bears run game, but I'll tell you, first of all, Sir Lord, I'm right there with you. Like, The inside zone tosses are awesome when they work, but also I want to be excited about the Bears run game. I promise. When Arizona is making all the guys that have been bad for 15, like, or when Arizona is taking all the guys that I've watched play 14 poor games and suddenly they look awesome. I go, oh, um, maybe Arizona's not very good, right? Here you get Darnell Wright, just being a mean guy, which who doesn't love that? Watch 58 here. It's not even a huge gain because Braxton doesn't get a ton on his guy, but that's Darnell Wright kicking out a first round pick whose name I suddenly cannot remember. Like, you get early contact, like 2 Rams, helmet to helmet, bang, stuns him, throws him on the ground. And then from there, Herbert just gets swarmed. It does kind of feel to me, maybe I'm nuts. Like there's a lane up here, but maybe there's just something I'm not seeing. Like 34 sitting back there or something. Hard to know. Second and 8. Bayless play. Sickest throw of the day, in my opinion. We've talked about Justin Fields throwing into zone coverage before. This is a really pretty, like cover 2 like zone that the Cardinals are sitting in. Justin's going to read defender here, defender here, defender here, defender here. He knows it's basically as simple as DJ Cole, and he hits a really pretty shot right between everybody. Good job, Cole, for getting there. Good job, Cole, for catching it. Here's a great view of it. Sees that throw, layers it perfectly. Oh, that is nice. And it's honestly a nice little grab, too. Boom. No, I mean, Brandon, it's happening. Like, look at Kmet here. Is this the absolute greatest route you've ever seen? No, maybe not. But for a tight end, like, we're starting to find some gas. Like, that's the thing, Brandon. We're working it. Like, I'm legit impressed with what Kmet's been doing over the last couple weeks. I think it's been awesome. Nothing really here on this one. This is probably where you'd be sitting here expecting me to be like, oh, what? If anything, it is a little weird to me. No, Oblivion, I think they were just wrong. Like, if you're talking about Bartholomew, love Bartholomew. I do think so. The problem that I have, Oblivion, is, and I'm glad you mentioned this, is that there are a lot of people in my position that are anti Justin Fields. I guess that's what people get claimed now, right? But they will take any opportunity to criticize Fields for something, regardless of whether they're right or not. Right? To me, the burden is on anybody who's saying we should draft another quarterback to prove out correctly that there are issues here. Right? And so that's not it at all. I mean, that's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Like, James, let me see. That the play to Fields should be the click? Or that the play to Fields should be a pick? This is just a really nice throw. Like, there's no DB there. This is a layered throw. He layers it between, like, this defender, and this defender over the top. Like, that's gorgeous. And we love that. Actually, we want more we want more plays like it, in my opinion. It's gorgeous. Like, Reinhardt, he's been hitting some lately. Now, the question to me, it really is a perfect ball. Exactly like you're saying, Falco. It is pretty much what Flacco did to Cooper in the Browns game. And we love that. Like, that's super good. In this play, maybe you could say Fields already needed to bury this ball to DJ Moore on what is basically a rollout comebacker, right? And the only reason you'd say that is because what the Bears look like they're running is a graduated, like, scissor attack with a comeback on it. Ooh, that is just a terribly drawn comeback. And this one's read 1, this one's read 2 if you get there, and then you're never ever throwing this. That's for the love of the game. Um, but DJ is hobbled. he just he he doesn't have it right now. Like, you can kind of see it. So he doesn't separate. But also, you generally want to throw comebackers with anticipation, not that it really matters. The moment we progress up to Mooney, he's covered. This play is over. So, pass the ball out. Don't take a hit. Sure. To throw it to Moore would have been super defensible and normal. Maybe it would have been completed. Maybe it would have been picked. Like, who's to say? So that's not a pass that I'm upset about. No, I get you, James. That's the thing. Like, James, I'm glad you said that, if I'm picking up on what you're saying. Like, that you're surprised that a group of people that want another quarterback would say that Justin made a good throw. Oh, no. We want that throw more often. If Justin made that throw more often, they probably score more than 3 points in the back half, right? Like, if Justin made that throw to Herbert, it's a score, right? If anything, that's just like, that's sweet. That's what we want. We want the Chicago quarterback to make that throw a lot. Like, that's what I hope, right, Reinhardt? We criticize. We don't just hate. I hope that nobody in this chat is a true to form Fields hater, because that defeats the purpose. Like, we'll talk about what we would like things to be better, right? More that we just want to see where we're maybe missing opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we want the Bears offense to score, whatever that looks like. And none of that's to say that the run game was like, the run game has not been great all season long, though some designs like this, I mean, this is just kind of sick. Where's this been? Like, like, it's let me see. What do you mean, Falco? Oh, I think I get what you mean. But so I love this. I don't know why Trent Taylor's doing a lead block here, but boom. Like, why it's got to be Trent Taylor instead of anybody else beats me. But just a basic, what is this, outside zone toss? Yeah, it looks like it. It's so tough, Sir Lord. I mean, it's terrible. Are they really, Jay Sanders? I would have loved for it to be Velus, Reinhardt. I don't get why it's so hard to put Velus in the game. Hopefully it's not a Velus problem. I love the fact that the Bears, I really want to emphasize this. So when you're in, what is this? Like, right, team 3? Hopefully. I mean, and hey, if that becomes a consistent problem, yeah, you're going to have to call timeout. But, like, we'll see. Anyways, so the Bears have run a whole lot of inside zone, which looks a little more like, I guess, depending on this formation, it would look like bang, 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 and then you'd probably go up there, right? But because they line up in the pistol, they're able to pitch it and turn it into a really nice, healthy outside zone angle, which we covered a lot during the Juan Castillo time. Like, boom, bang. Love it. Outside zone's the jam. I'm a big outside zone fan. You're telling me, Evan, but write an angry email to Luke Gitsy about it. Snap, drop, throw, perfect. Love it. Yeah, right? Remember those days, Brandon? James, this one's for you. This is pretty. This is gorgeous. Snap, 1, 2, 3, out. Mooney does a really nice job separating, though it's not hard. Like, 34 just gives him 34 gives him free leverage right here. Just backs up to, like, there. Yeah, the guy from the Eagles, exactly, Oblivion. The guy who was going to save our bad offensive line. He was going to turn Jermaine Ifedi into the dude, remember? He's going to make Coward good. Third down, nice conversion. It's always funny watching this because then, like Jay Sanders, here's your moment. Uh, you want to talk about nitpicking? There are definitely people that would tell you you want to throw this sooner. I say, who cares? Like the moment you know your guy is going to have leverage, this is fine. You have to hit this. It's third down. To me, results almost matter more than process on third down. It's one of the best things for Fields. Like Fields' rushing on third down was what kept the Bears alive last year. If you're a little late because you know the guy will be open, whatever. But if we know it's going to be tight, then you've got to throw with anticipation to give your guy the best chance possible. Here, do what's comfortable, hit the throw. Nice. That's my opinion. I'm really not going to sit here and try to make completions bad. That's just not going to happen, Sir Lord. You know it too. You can't do that. Okay, so here, you tell me. It's a rollout. It's more on the high low. There's maybe a little pressure, but now we're around it. Why are we not throwing this ball? Like we're even cutting to the outside. It's not even a corner route, right? If it was a corner route, I get it. But right here, like maybe you could try to say that there's a corner squatting on it a little bit, but layer it. We've got a lot of room. That's a ton of NFL space to throw into, especially if you place it along the sidelines so that Moore goes and gets it, and this guy can't fade back to it far enough. Maybe. I mean, especially if you try to throw it now, it's picked. If you try to throw it now, it's picked. You have to start throwing it here with some anticipation or it's going to be tough. And like New Poster's saying, it's not easy. This isn't some lollipop, right? But sometimes you do sit there and wonder, why aren't we throwing that? And then let's see, where's the line of gain? The line of gain is there. Does that put, okay, line of scrimmage is there. It is kind of funny with commit being open, but I don't care. Whatever. The Josh Allen thing is wild. Just because the more Josh Allen he does, the more I'm like, oh man, throw it to commit. But yeah, exactly. It's a -0 sack. And I'm with you, Jay Sanders, and Falco, where like, especially when you look at it from here, like layer the throw. He's not gonna get it. Especially if you want to layer it that way. And then he has to bend back that much further, right? And it's not super easy, New Poster. And Phantom, I'm with you. I think part of the problem here is that Justin is talented enough to do it. It just doesn't happen, right? And that's the other thing, Jay Sanders, because you mentioned this, and it's really core. As Justin rounds the corner, the DB is settling on Mooney right here because he's done a good job with his eyes. Throw it. And that's the thing, Brandon. When I posted on Twitter about how part of the reason the Bears offense is broken is because it feels like it's an offensive coordinator and a quarterback that are talking past each other, it's plays like this that really bug me, where I'm like, what went wrong here? Like, why did the ball not get thrown? Because I understand that it didn't get thrown. But why didn't it get thrown? The quarterback obviously doesn't trust something, right? And you're exactly right, Travis. I just hope he doesn't get his way. Herbert, baby. I don't think so, Mark. I mean, I think that a lot of quarterbacks layer a throw in there. The way these DBs move can be what JF doesn't trust. Totally possible, AC. I mean, the other problem here is that if you throw badly, you throw a Josh Dobbs pick. And that's the other thing. Half the quarterbacks couldn't make that corner. 100%. But let's see. Uh Reinhardt, I wonder about that. And then you get a play like this, and this play is awesome. It's especially awesome when Arizona doesn't block it well. So Arizona is going to counter this three wide formation with 1, 2, 3, or what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys on that side of the midline. This is easy, right? I mean, pop, we're gone. Block everybody up. Could it be any better? It probably can't. Like, even look at Fields. Or not Fields. Look at Kmet. Like, Kmet is going to go double block, up, seal. Like, this is beautiful. Such a pretty play. Great use of quarterback run. Great call. This is awesome. If it was always this easy, I'd love quarterback run. It's just that when you screw it up, your quarterback takes a shot in the face. What was, Reinhardt? Man, it's so natural, too. Also, look at Cody Whitehair hitting the biggest reach block. Like, man, 93 here cannot get reached like this. Now, we love it when our guy does it. But Whitehair getting out there is like, sheesh, man. You shut this thing down. Exactly, new poster. Helps when you're playing the Cardinals. First and 10. Come on, you know what this is. It's a screen. And we get tackled immediately. Bang. Maybe you could say it takes a little too long, but it sure doesn't help anything that DJ gets kind of beat. He doesn't kind of get beat. He gets beat. He's just DJ Moore, and I love him. Wasn't it, John? And then on 2nd and 11, come on, you know what they do. They run the ball, baby. Khalil Herbert. They call the man Juice. He's definitely got some juice back. Khalil basically sees, it looks to me as at least like he sees everybody commit up here and just decides prematurely he's going to bounce it and gets a little, I think he gets a little lucky. Just that this man, too, also dives in. But he rips on around the edge. Bang. Which screen, Mark? Oh, do you want me to say, like, Fields ran the screen all right? He did. I guess. Let's see. The bounce could have been real bad if it wasn't for the bad pursuit. Yeah, pretty much, John. Decision. Mark, are you trolling? Just to be clear, you want me to credit Fields for the decision to throw a one-man route? Like, it's not even a decision. It's just called. Like, it's not really a decision to make. Like, you just take the snap and you throw the ball. You say look at the box. He's not calling the screen. Like, it's just the play. And that's okay. No, we don't need to say Mark is on Mars. Like, he gets the play call in his headset right here. And we just got to throw the screen. I wish we saw anything from Fields' perspective on, like, I guess there's a check to it. Like, we definitely check to it. So there you go. Right? Boom. They loaded the box. They got a 2-on-2. It's not blocked. And we lose a yard. But hey, solid decision. Then boom, rundown. Love it. Here's a nice one. Valus with a little bit of the orbit motion into a potential swing screen with a one-on-one for Cole Kmet if he likes it. I love the fact that we take our now option here with Cole. Snap, drop, throw. Easy. Good job, Kmet. Pop, pop, bang. Yes. Darnell Wright doing a solid job on this play. The whole line has been relatively unmentionable, which is nice. You like the matchup on the outside, you take it. Has TJ or you mean JT? I don't know. Let's see. Boom. Run up the gut. Guys get beat. Yeah, right, new poster? I couldn't tell you what Trent's doing. Trent just runs through to nearly nowhere. 3rd and 2. Motion DJ Moore to the bunch. I love that they've got Kmet with an option. But I guess they might be looking for him to screen it. But either way, it's 4. So Justin's going to hand it off. It's absolutely the right call. And Roshan goes and picks the yards up. Almost assuredly a screen option. Davis does a good enough job on an over penetrator, and that's that. Yeah, dude, Davis had to work for this. Caught him, rolled him out of the hole. Roshan will do the rest for you. 1st and 10. Roshan's got some spry in him. It's less burst, and it's more recognizing that you've got somebody right on you and slipping through it. New poster, I think we could definitely start there. Let's see. Turnover prone T-Law. Oh, it's bad. Roll out. Leak. It's as easy as it gets. It's a nice call, honestly. Like, they catch the fact that Arizona is over pursuing on all these rollouts, and they're going to call tight end leak to basically just push Cole Kmet across the other way. Keep Mercedes Lewis out here blocking to keep selling the fake. It's as easy as you're going to see it. And it's a great throw. This is also where Cole Kmet gets hurt, which sucks. But it's right there. Right, John? A guard or a center. Drafting on interior offensive lineman. Depth is good. Hope Kmet's okay. That hit does look like it sucked. Same formation. If only it was that easy to get Y-League down. Here Fields does his thing. This play is a mess. I watched this a couple times. I'm pretty sure. I wish I was kidding because I think this is hilarious. I'm pretty sure this is that follow me play you get in Madden where the tight end does a route behind like the wide receiver doing a route. Which I've not seen them do a lot. But he goes, there's 3 defenders in the area. It ain't there. So then he snaps to Mooney. Mooney's on the outside. I think he's running like a whip. Could be that he's just got freelance to go beat man, but he can't do it. So then Fields is on his own. And hey, he's super athletic. Steps up the sidelines and turns nothing into a gain. It works. It's cool. Like the option route for the tight end. Scott hesitates where? Let's see. I think it would have worked if Scott didn't hesitate on the route. I see that. I could see that. Boom. Boom. Nothing wrong with it. Nice run up the gut. Good job by Davis to move the guy. Mercedes gets handled a little bit, but that happens. No Scott slander. Boom. Beautiful 2-way. So, pretty set of fakes here, if you ask me. Everybody sells it pretty well. It's a one-on-one for, I would imagine that's DJ. He's not open. So then it becomes a 2-man game the other way. Curl. All Fields has to do is draw the man, work back to him. Easy. Really easy. And new poster, I think that there's kind of a space for Fields to make it work. Where part of the action of the play is to draw everybody this way. So when you get right here, like you end up with all this space. And so there's basically free room for your quarterback to scramble into and go make a play. I got you, Mark. It played out really similarly to that silly play, which is really what I'm talking about. You got to remember, as much as anything else, Madden's what most of the people in this chat can relate to. And so, while I'm sure it is a tight end option, All I'm looking at is the play that gets run. And you've got a wide receiver coming across and a tight end like hooking out, coming back in. Looks exactly like it. But absolutely. Let's see. F post. Exactly. Fields threatens to run, opens the post right up. Easy. Pretty throw out to the sideline. DB gets his hand in. It looks like a straight up drop. But it looks all or like especially from what I imagine the broadcast looked like, it just looks like whoopsie, but it's very similar to the Jalen Johnson drop we talked about earlier, where or not drop, the Trey McBride drop. DB just gets his hand in there. I loved this play. This is a great play by Fields. It's one that I want to see him make more often, to be honest with you. Like, there's really nothing there originally. They run some really half curls. Like, they're just not giving us much here. If you're the quarterback, like a flat with a couple curls. So he works his way out. DJ spins the curl, gets back up the field. And I love that we're going to throw into this. We leave it a little inside, but also maybe our guy goes and makes a play. He doesn't in this case. But I love I love the creativity afterwards. I love to see the throws. I love seeing him attempt this stuff. Even if we could put the ball somewhere else. Give it a try. Nothing to lose. Worst you're going to get is an incompletion, you hope. You'd hope your wide receiver fights it off anyways. Ooh. The arm talent will get you. Rolling left. Nice and easy. What down is it? 3rd and 10. I don't know, Donald. I really don't know at this point. Part of me wonders if just minds are getting made up. If situations are basically pushing beyond what you do with your legs, etc., etc. Sure, he pushes to his check down. It's a good read. You got to take what you get. There's really nothing here on this one. If Moore's giving us a slant, he isn't giving us much. Plus, we get pressure up the middle pretty quick. Nate Davis loses quickly. Put the check down over him, but no big problem. It surprised me that they were pushing it. Because here it's 2nd and 10. Hey, anytime, butthead. I got you. Good job getting the screen out. Offensive line doesn't really help us much. But they catch the Arizona, or they catch Arizona dropping in a big way. Kick it out. Man, if Patrick just goes and gets this, like, who knows where we go? But he doesn't. So we pick up 5. Is it Davis? I think it's Patrick. 62 on the front. Davis is trying to get us our kick out block. But I love Lucas. Lucas Patrick points. Hey, get out there. And then doesn't get the guy. Austin, sounds like it was amazing. Right, Reinhardt? So I do think they eat a hold. Oh, they do. Because Braxton puts his arm right around his guy and just holds / face masks him as the screen gets out. It would have come back anyways. Second and 20. You tell me. Bears have Cole Kmet right here. Mooney on a post. You got to assume that pre-snap, since we're looking at cover 2, you're not thinking Mooney on the post is going to be open. But if they do roll into, say, cover 3 or something, they do. Tyler Scott on the out route gets attractive, but you'd have to really snap to it. We look at it. Oh, well. 2nd and 20, we check it down. Roschon makes a play anyways, because that's never a problem. Like, especially checking it down on 2nd and 20 or on a 4 verts like. And it's not literally 4 verts, but it's more like when you're going to stem 4 guys, you should get some room underneath. Roschon makes it work. Old school David Montgomery first down, and goes and gets us 10. We glance at it here, Reinhardt. It's not much of a look. That's as close as you're going to get. Which, who knows if we even are. Third and 10. See, you look at some of this stuff, and it's just ridiculous to me. Catch. What is Roschon doing running straight into Kmet's route? Like, if Roschon is... If Kmet... Or not Kmet, I think that's Tanyan. If Tanyan was supposed to be the read, why is Roschon running straight into him? The hold, it looks like it's a hold. The hold is less important. It's just ugly offense. Because then we give up pressure immediately. That ain't good. Because we do the thing where Mooney chips his guy and the tackle doesn't catch it. Bad chips are always funny, unfortunately. Because I swear they always do more harm than good. And then Fields finds Moore, leaves the ball a little inside, and Moore doesn't catch it as he's trying to protect himself. Man, inside pressure from everywhere. Whitehair just gets beat too. Good job by Fields for staying alive. And then this is one of those balls where Moore's just trying to stay down as he catches it. Can't quite squeeze it, but it doesn't matter. It's coming back anyways. I'll warn you. I'll warn you, Starview. There was a stud center in the second round, and the Giants took him, and he has not been good. That's not to say the next one can't be good. It's to say it generally takes longer than 1 year for a center to really come alive. You want a veteran. Inside toss. Nothing opens up. Herbert gets outside. Yardage, baby. Has Tippmann been good? Awesome. I loved Tippmann. Or did he get hurt? I was a big Tippmann fan. I got you, Albono. All right, so friends and fans, we're gonna aim to close this thing somewhere between 12:30 and 1 because I'm exhausted and I still have to produce a podcast. But I have the raw. I just have to make it and then make a bunch of other stuff to go with it. It's an ACL. He'll be fine. Man, I wish I could be that cavalier. I loved this play. I can't tell if it was play action or not because you could tell me that this is. Let's see, Mooney never turns around. No, I think this is just a draw, which is sweet. Like, it looks like it's got a kind of read option piece to it. Bears get another one of these, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 on 3 with 5 on the line. It's like 3rd and 2. And so I think Kramer's not on the team anymore, isn't he? Like, isn't he just somewhere else in the league outright? But I do love the blocking that they got right here. Where they basically let everybody just pass block. So it functions as a draw. He's back on the Bears practice squad? Is he really? So he got signed to an active roster and then he got cut and came back? Oh, yeah. I mean, the spy just has no chance, new poster. DJ Moore coming across the formation. Here's the Valus one that everybody's talking about. Turns into the 40-yard run. Oh, Donald, you mentioned this play earlier. It's the whole experience, baby. You get like a 3-piece fan out with a post, a curl, and to go up the sidelines. And it sure feels like, while it'd have to be a layered throw, don't get me wrong, you can put that ball there. It would be weird if you couldn't. But Fields is electric. So he just casually breaks 2 tackles, sprints up the field, and picks up another casual 40 yards. Because he's just that dude. Like, Superhuman athlete. And they're not. That's the other thing, new poster. I think Fields used to get criticism for not hitting like layups, but if it's really easy, he will throw it. It's it's intermediate. You can say like it's intermediate difficulty throws that I feel like he just won't attempt in many cases. If it's not safe, he won't try it. And then the offense needs to get better. Like there's an amazing amount of plays where there's just no serviceable option at that point. First and 20, they go with a Valus run. What's sad is just given the construction of the formation, because look at this, you got like a 5-1-5 right here. And O'Shea, maybe Mahomes doesn't throw it to Tony, but he sure tried throwing to Tony plenty of other times. Like, and that's the other thing, new poster. It sure feels that way, doesn't it? Where the offensive structure is still not even kind of good. And whatever's going on with Fields, like I can't tell how much of the offensive issues are potentially caused by what Fields is or isn't willing to run. I couldn't tell you because we're not in the room, right? But they go 5-5. If there is an option to not hand this off and just have Herbert take it, I wonder, or Roshan, I wonder what would have happened. But oh well. I got you, Mark. Talking ball rules. Yeah, Valus going inside would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, though, Reinhardt, there's a guy. We got a defender crashing down. Like, we're trying to follow the blocks outside. We just don't have numbers out there. Good rip. Sees it, throws it. The timing on this is better the second time around. Honestly. Catch. The drop is just slow, but that's coached, I imagine. And the DBs are all over it. It's a long throw by the time Fields makes it. Man, that ball just dives on him, too. Leaves that thing on the turf. But that is what it is. Deliberate? What do you mean, Donald? I gotcha. Good play by the DB here. If there's anything that you wanted to say, so look, nothing's like crazy open, if you ask me. This isn't an easy play by any means. Kind of like New Poster's been saying. Like, none of this stuff is easy. But you get an out, you get a post to try to split everybody, and then you get a curl right here. It's 3rd and 16. There's not some massive amount of plays that you've got on the playbook here. But the DB is hunting it. Moreover, New Poster. Like you mentioned, Fields doesn't see it. It would be hard to see that there's just a DB sitting on your out route at 15 yards. I would argue that this is an aspect of getting scouted. Maybe Travis, there's an element of the release that helps DBs break on things, but I mean, they're just eyeing up more the whole way. Gannon knows what they want on third down, and what they want on third down is DJ Moore and probably a throw to the outside. So he's just on it. Like, if he makes a slightly better play, he might have picked this thing off, but he didn't. Thank goodness. And I couldn't tell you necessarily what's wrong with it if I was going through with it, or if I was going through, because I imagine that this DB right there, like, I imagine that the safety sitting right here would pick off any reasonable attempt to Tanyan unless you really just bulleted the thing and you left it on this shoulder. But I mean, I don't know about that. Like, I really don't know if you could make that, especially with him just camping on it. What you might do, I mean, it is nah. DB breaks on DJ because 33 is the big one. You literally would have to like wait at this point, which is fine. Just because Mooney may help you split everything, but even then, the underneath safety is right on it. They're just all over this. Whew. Good try. What do we got here? Looks like Davis gets beat up front. Happens. Boom. This to me was where the Bears' offense started to get really ugly. Like it just becomes a bunch of seams and attempted corner shots. Check down here helps. They pick up a first, which works. I mean, you space everybody out with the deep stuff. Just check it down. Brax gets beat. I guess. I guess you'd say that's Braxton, not Whitehair. Absolutely the correct read. Herbert rips up the side. Good job. Oh, yeah, Mark. You run four verts like that, you're going to check it down like 55, 60% of the time. And it's almost always the right read. You're going to pick up yardage that way. Especially on mid-range downs. Oh, yeah. Russ being out in Denver is wild, Reinhardt. More in the way of like, I can't believe they'd actually do it. They're really working that inside toss, huh? Oh. I think this is right on this side. And he just gets dummied. Happens. Zone read. Nice and easy. Look at that. Boom. It's a good decision, too. Catches the end crashing, just spaces him. Definitely a better block by Wright. I guess so, Zach. I mean, I'm just blown away. 43 was not ready to be hit. Ooh. I think this is the field goal drive. This play is ugly. Like, look at everybody moving in what feels like half speed. It does feel like we don't take any hole shots. Now, these would be wildly hard, just especially because we've got safeties that are sitting probably ready for him with nothing really holding them. But it does feel like if you tried to push the ball towards the sidelines, you might just be able to fit a hole shot in there. But, I mean, that is what the honey hole is for, unless I'm mistaken. But you can check it down. Fields even finds a play. If you're worried about the safeties, you don't have to play with them, especially when you've got these kinds of moves. Works backwards in the pocket, then drives back up forward. I mean, this is literally stuff that I would get super excited about Caleb doing. So you got to hand it to Fields. Against Arizona, he could do it too. Boom. You could pick your favorite new poster. Like picking Mooney, or what is it, Mooney versus Moore. Wife open? Man, how open is that? And I do think, for what it's worth, that you would have to probably reset your feet, and even then, this would be a missile if you pushed it to DJ. I don't blame him for that at all. The question would be, once DJ gets out here, could you? And probably not, I guess. You'd have to pretty much throw it to Mooney right now. But even then, looks like he's feeling pressure. I don't know if you could actually reasonably get the whole shot here. Because you'd have to load up and really blow that thing past the safety. I do too, new poster. There's a bunch of fuzzy stuff. But he's making it work. This wasn't some awful game by Fields. It's just more of the experience, if you will. Here, sheesh. Roll out. I think it's Wright who makes a mental mistake because he just rips straight through. See ya. Oh, yeah, new poster. 100%. But yeah, he just comes straight through, and what a sillying. What a dummying. This is just gorgeous footwork. Boom. I don't know who 80 is. We've talked about him before. Second time getting brought up. Somebody look it up. Somebody look up who 80 is. Set up, knock down, and then throws it away. Starview loves them big formations. What is Moore doing? Hmm. I guess Fields feels like this safety can drive down on him. I guess. Looks like it's what, cover two? Like they do this like I don't know what they would call it, but it feels like a ramble huddle of some kind. Like look at this. They just bunch everybody up on this side. They get five guys in a cluster. You literally have no idea what they're gonna do. And then they get into cover two plus one. It does feel like more slipped on. I don't even know if it's a double move. Looks like it's just a move. Like they've got one guy settling, and then one guy pushing out this way. But they throw enough pressure to get Fields to move. He obliges, and then they check it down. I just can't help but wonder, once you see this, can you stand in and throw it? Really just wondering, more than anything. Because you know Moore's going to come open. He does. He'd stumble, and maybe the throw would fall sideways, and then I'd complain about it later. But being real, you'd hope that if you threw it, and you threw it with anticipation, and then he stumbled and you missed, you shrug your shoulders and go, bummer. Why can't you, Mark? I mean, just because there's a little bit of pressure in your face? I mean, quarterbacks stand in and throw things all the time. Is it just because, like, even then, your line had him? Looking at this, they throw a couple rushers at you. Boom, you're stymied. And he totally does. Like, once he plants the throw, he sees that more stumbling. So maybe he sees that and gets away from it. But the moment we're off it, we're not converting anything. And hey, we get a field goal. Of course, it's not easy. Quarterback's incredibly hard to play. Exactly like you're saying. I mean, it's tough. Like, none of this is easy. If it was easy, we'd have more than, what do you think? 12 franchise quarterbacks? 10? 8? I mean, the more that we go through franchise quarterback lists, the more that you start running out of guys. I mean, it is crazy how few there are in this league. Crazy how few they are. But you got to attempt some. If you're not the racer who's going to take a gap, you can't race anymore. And those DBs are next level quick. But it's why you got to put, I don't know. This stuff's just non functional. Passing game feels lifeless. I mean, I guess better than that. Just because here, it's not a never, it's by no means some kind of no chance ball. It's a tough play. Ball's a little further out on the, or a little far on the sidelines, but it's an it's a really tough throw. Bayless tries his best. You got to take a shot like this occasionally. Nothing wrong with it. Oblivion, we're not going to make it to the surprise tonight. We'll have to find out another time. Toss run. Ripping. Yeah, that is the surprise this time. We could spend so much time watching the Bears that I basically pulled the New England tape from from the Denver game to see like, okay, what even happens on this tape? Like there are some wicked throws, but just some and a lot of bad. So it was going to be one of those level sets, but then I realized it's going to take way too much time. We're not doing this. Not this time. Maybe another day. But it may not matter. Got to get to Sunday. Got to get a Jags win. Then the world becomes a giant oyster. This stuff, to me, this is open. We're at the back of our drop. We're synced up nicely. Drill it to Moore. He's got separation. Once he stops, we're toast. If we want to, we could push out to Mooney from there. This isn't separation at all. But you'd hope that you can throw it and give up a pass deflection? Worst case scenario. It's 2nd and 7. So we'll live if we end up with a PD. But instead, we hold it. And so we just stay holding it. Scramble around long enough. We take our 2 yards. Look, it's not as if this is easy. And the route on the outside is intentionally, if you mean like this one, it's supposed to hit at a different time than this one. So they're supposed to hit 1, then 2. But it sure feels like Moore's open to me. But it happens. Looks like he checks to it too, which is great. We get a look we like. We check to it. If anything, that's where I end up frustrated, personally. It's just we get a look we like. We check to it. We have what we want. Why aren't we throwing this? It just feels like it happens. At least a couple times a week. But, oh well. You're also winning like 10-24. So if it's drilled into you not to throw a pick, I guess that's the answer. Line up 3 out. You get the 3-on-3 you're looking for. It looks like Justin's thinking screen. But they false start. Oh, you know it, Jeremy. We'll get through the end of the offensive tape and then we'll call it. Here's the long play and the interception. Went through him. It's fine. Series of bad routes. Unbelievable athleticism. Rip. So the problem when you say Scott is open, you mean like underneath, right? Because Reinhardt, I hear you, but when you are Justin Fields, I can understand you not wanting to take a what is this, like a 5 yard in that there's absolutely no way is converting because it's 3rd and 10. And so if at this point Fields is thinking to himself, why wouldn't I just run it? I can get this. I get that. He's Justin Fields. He's proved he can. Like, if he's got confidence in his legs, I understand why. Dude just takes off. The interception, we've seen it. Which one? Which one, Mark? Honestly, like, which one are we talking about? The Scott one? Just out of curiosity, let's see. We hate seeing it. We sees it. Gosh, I faded out of existence there for a second. I think I just lost the last 10 seconds. I'll be honest. I went full space cadet. I read the guy who was saying, look at all the number one picks. Um, oh, gotcha. Number one picks are just such a weird discussion because normally you don't trade for the pick. Like, and normally when you do trade for the pick, you have to give up the farm. You don't just trade for the pick and it become the pick of the future. Happens. Here at this point, it felt like the Bears got into that same position they've been in, right? Where they went, okay, it's 16-24 with 6:08 left on the game clock. We're just running the ball. That's all we're doing. That's what I'm saying, Mark. Like, it feels like they decided they were going to run or like throw it front pylon, but the back pylon's right there. If anything, like, there's another part of me that just talking out loud, it sure feels to me like Herbert is running for the back pylon. Before he goes to adjust to the throw, his trajectory is headed up. But I mean, truly, what do I know? Like, hey, we anticipated. That's good. But instead, we put the throw here and left it right there. Maybe it's a miss. If it's a miss, it's a miss. It's also easy for people who are excited about the potential of Caleb Williams to glom on to one bad interception and be like, oh my gosh. But hoping you could use it on the QB of the future. Hey, I mean, it worked. That's what I'm thinking, Mark. Safe throw. Take the safe throw. Good little quick game rep. Love it. Fields' release looks cleaner. I don't know when he cleaned it up. It felt like it was during the thumb thing. Maybe he is, Brandon. I couldn't tell you. 3rd and 1. Oh, this is where we get the Roshan play. So there are so many people that have hated this play call. I don't think it's bad. Is that problem? You tell me. Because I sit here and I think to myself, first of all, what on earth is Tanyan doing? Like, second of all, Lucas Patrick just gets beat. So we lose on execution. But to me, the call, while gimmicky, isn't explicitly bad on 3rd and 1. Just got to win it. Tanya doesn't seem like he's. I couldn't tell you what he's aiming for, to be honest. And then it's the end of the game. Pretty much. They turn it over on 4th down. What do the Bears do? Just run it a couple times? Just going to cut it outside again? Really were. He does just wave his hands. What was wild, Donald, is it was one of those games where if everybody else felt like I did, this was a game where very early in the game you went, nice, the Bears win. You kind of sat back in your chair. And then there at the end of the game, 16-24 happens and you go, hang on. We're not going to lose this, are we? You lean forward. And then the Bears defense makes the plays. And you settled back in your chair again. On Christmas Eve, no less. And I mean, that's if everybody got to watch the game. Like, I know we got some family men in here. Like, I was barely able to watch the game. Like, I did not get much opportunity to watch this game because it was Christmas Eve with family, for crying out loud. Quick throw, easy. Like, it's so funny because we hitch a little, but then the placement's great to put it on the outside shoulder and let DJ spin it. I wonder if they're coaching it. I mean, not the placement specifically, but throwing it a little late when you get off coverage like that. But man, you're not going to get off coverage like that all the time. Doing Christmas this weekend and miss the Falcons game? No, he didn't, AC. Foster, I worry about that. Well, I hope Bronson Jones is okay. Looks like he gets rolled up a little bit. Oh. I got you. I got you, Donald. Yeah, I get it. The Cardinals game is fun. Man. Thank you guys for putting up with me. I can feel my fastball just draining. But I'm determined to get through the tape. And there we go, we did it. No, I got you. I got you, Mark. I'm there too. Where I'm a little across the board. And not to mention, Mark, to be honest with you, I am frustrated. Like, I think there's this part of me that can acknowledge that you could definitely play the position a lot worse. You really can than Justin Fields. You can. I mean, you got plenty of Zach Wilsons out there. You got plenty of guys that can roll out and throw you a bunch of picks, like the Brian Hoyer kind of thing. Quarterback is so hard. Like Reinhardt, for those of you guys who have been in here and have talked about how there are plenty of things that that the quarterbacks don't do well in this case. There's a laundry list of quarterbacks that are worse, but you got this opportunity to potentially draft a special one, so it gets complicated. I mean, it can feel sometimes, Donald, like the Family Guy box meme, but it isn't. In theory, if you like the guy enough, It depends. But I can't help but think that you need better offensive coaching either way. But what do I know? Truly. I mean, this game to me looks ugly, but part of it is because I go into the game disappointed that the Bears didn't just smoke the Cardinals. Like, right, tumultuous, replace a special one with a different special one. Maybe a more special one. Maybe the special one you have is special but limited. I mean, it's the whole discussion becomes kind of a pain. But we'll see what happens. Because either way, I tend to think the decision will write itself. I mean, Donald, it kind of looks like that, doesn't it? We'll see. But Ryan Leaf was special, totally. I mean, win some games, and a lot turns around, I assume. But we'll get there. Until then, I got to go to sleep because I got enough to do before I do. You guys are great. I hope you have a wonderful New Year's Eve weekend. Everybody, please stay safe out there, regardless of what you're doing. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you so much. Like the stream if you can. I'll take any support you have, any positive comments, negative comments, room for improvement. You let me know. You can find me on my Twitter, DM me wherever. I will respond to you. And new podcast episode is up tomorrow. Should be fun. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you so much, Corner. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out here. Get some rest. And until next time, bear down. Thanks so much, guys. And I'll talk to you next week. Talk to you next Tuesday.